You are listening to the Secret Teachings Radio pre-show introduction and listener comments. It is Thursday, October 30th, or into the 31st, 2025. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. The music you're hearing is from White Bat Audio, a Halloween song. We've used White Bat Audio for now probably 5-6 years. Royalty free. You can find them on YouTube. Heard a lot of other shows using White Bat Audio too. This is one of their newer songs. So we'll play that and bring our co-host Mike D in as we begin the broadcast tonight and listeners start to trickle in. Mike, you're on the other side of the world. It is the past where you are from where I'm sitting. How are you tonight?
Good. I can't see you. I do see.
We just have the season of horror on the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to do a mystery and if you're wearing like some type of Halloween outfit that you're going to save for the show.
I wish that I was, but I don't think I have any costumes. I have a kimono, but I don't have any other costumes.
All you needed is kind of take your hairline back a little bit, dye it blonde, put on a blue shirt, and you could have been a Wilcock.
I could have, get one of those Vegas floor jackets, some sequins on bedazzle my shoes.
You
not pay $1 million in taxes, and I'd definitely be like Wilcock.
Supposedly he sold his New York house. He had a house for sale in New York too that recently sold.
Yeah, it's very sad that he had to sell one of his houses, like that guy in Fun with Dick and Jane. He's like, I had to sell my house in the Hamptons. Or it wasn't the Hamptons. Maybe it was. Yeah, it's very sad. Wilcock had to sell his house. Now, he took that money, by the way, which was supposed to go to the IRS. And I can't see because he blocked me on X, but he posted that he's now going, I think like immediately when the check cleared, he's like, I'm heading down right now to buy a new car because I haven't had a new car for a while. I thought this guy.
I knew he was going to do that. Just pocket the funds from the house sale. And then I think he hasn't gone live now in 2 weeks. So he's just taking time off too.
Four.
Okay. Yeah, so he got that money. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm good. I don't need any of your donations right now. I'm going to take an extended vacation.
It's so great. It's so great because he's taking the money. He's going to go buy a new car. He's going to go to when he gets back on the stream, though, he's going to tell people how he doesn't have any money. The house didn't sell for as much as he thought. But I'm sure he's not going to go buy some like 2010 Toyota Corolla. You know that this guy is going out there and buying some 2026 brand new vehicle.
Probably, yes. I would imagine so.
$40,000-$50,000. No doubt about it.
Yeah, maybe even more.
Maybe even more. Yep. I heard reports of one thing that he was driving at a conference one time. It was like a $60,000-$70,000 sports car. I don't know if that's true, but I had heard that from somebody.
But Ra and St. Michael wanted him to have that, so
that's true.
He's good.
That's true, St. Mike. I mean, that's when you follow the Michael prophecies, Mike, and you bathe in your own urine, you get superpowers and
you get a bunch of cash,
fancy cars and cash, and yeah, absolutely. Did you ever hear the 911 call that he placed for his smoke detector?
No. No, a 911 call because the smoke detector went off?
What a treat. Yes, what a treat. So I could play you the entire thing. It's probably about 4 or 5 minutes long. I don't really have time to do that. But yeah, I added it into that song that I sent you. I made a new song last night because I didn't have anything else to do. So I made a new song. It's a treat for listeners that have been asking me to have a new song. I even put together all my old songs into an album called Grift Rich or Die Lying. And I have at the new song I placed in the audio recording from the fire department. So yeah, he calls the fire department, 911. This is like an emergency line, or it appears to be so. And he tells them that he's got a smoke detector that's making all this noise and he needs someone to come and fix it. And then the woman says to him, well, we don't normally do stuff like that. So he gets kind of aggressive with her. He's like, well, the other 2 times I called, they had no problem coming out here and fixing it. And she said, well, okay, maybe we can, dispatch somebody. What's your address? And she's like, again, we don't really do stuff like this, sir. And he and he says, well, it's so bad. It's making so much noise. It makes me want to, he said, it makes me want to kill myself. I can't even live in my own house.
Oh man. Wow.
It's really bad. It is really bad. I could try to find it real quick
No,
because
please don't though.
you don't want to hear it, Mike?
No, I
My
don't.
treat to you.
I'll
I
listen. I'll listen to it when I listen to your rap song. You have it in there.
Well, it's at the very end of the song, yes.
Okay.
I want to play
I,
it so bad. It's such a
just,
treat.
well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'd have to.
We got time, right? Just play.
Yeah, we
Don't
got.
play. You don't have to play. You don't have to play all of it. Just play. I don't know, the first 2 or 3 minutes or something.
Okay, why don't you tell us what's going to be on the actual show tonight while I find this clip, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about Dogman that we talked about last week. The video got ixnayed from YouTube, but we're gonna put it back on YouTube. It got a copyright issue. We'll take out and repost, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about a recent rake sighting that happened in North Carolina about a month ago. Actually, listened to the guy's 911 call, which is pretty disturbing, actually. And then we're going to talk about the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles, the history of that hotel and the creepiness and the portals and the weird stuff, serial killers living there and people committing suicide, just a lot of dark stuff there. And then we'll talk about black-eyed kids a little bit too. So we got a bunch of stuff.
All right, sounds good. That is our season of horror tonight on The Secret Teachings. This is a pre-show. We're just getting people into the show. We'll go to the comments in a second. So I believe I found the audio. I wonder if you can even hear this if I play it.
Alarm is beeping loudly.
There we go.
Hi there. I'm calling because my smoke alarm is beeping loudly every 30 seconds, and it's in an inaccessibly high location. It's driving me crazy. I've usually had the fire department come out when these things happen.
What a waste of resources.
Yeah, didn't you learn the first time how to fix it when they came out the first time?
He did a whole live stream where he shows the smoke detector. He explains why it's so complicated and difficult to fix.
You could answer the phone until I called this number. So thank you for answering.
Okay. So in the past, what have you done?
So I have a smoke alarm that's beeping every 30 seconds.
Yes.
It makes you want to kill yourself.
And in the past, what have you done?
So bad when it beeps like that, Mike.
What I've done is called the fire department, and they come, and we use a ladder, and they crawl all the way up there with me spotting them so that it's safe.
Okay.
They can change the battery.
What is your address?
Of course, he's got to throw himself in there with me spotting them so they're safe. It's like a typical narcissist, you know.
Yeah,
He's got to inject himself into every situation as being like, one of the do-good. It's craziness. Do-good.
It is totally. This guy is insane. I mean, this is a spoiled rich kid, is what this is.
Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
She had to mute because
What's
she's
your phone
laughing.
number? And your name?
David, and I do have a gate code they should probably have too.
I didn't know he had a gate code to
Go ahead
his
with that.
multi-million-dollar log cabin.
The second gate is
The second
might be
gate.
open, might be closed.
He's got.
Well, listen, when the cabal is after you, you need 2 gates.
That's true. That's true. I guess you have to have protection there in the mountains.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when the cabal is putting a bullet on your kitchen countertop, you need 2 gates.
Let them know.
Dangerous.
Is somebody going to be coming here?
I will tone them out. This isn't something we usually tone up.
He wants there to be an emergency response to this.
Yeah, right now someone's bleeding out at an accident, and he wants somebody to go fix his alarms to smoke detection.
So
Well, I have no other way to fix it, and it is a very, very intense, bad situation with how noisy it is and how frequent it's beeping. I can't even live in my house like this. So it is very serious.
Now, this last part here, this is the prophet, Edgar Casey. This is the man who is speaking with the archangel Michael. This is the man who has channeled Ra. And this is how he explains the situation.
Yeah. When people usually call with these, we ask that they call like a handyman or someone else who might have a ladder.
Well, this is the third time I've called the fire department. You guys never had any issue with it before or told me that it was a problem. It's the first time anybody's given me pushback.
Okay. All right. I'll turn them out.
Yes, so a man who is talking with archangels and the chief god of Egypt cannot change a smoke detector. That is,
that 911 operator needed to be a black woman. So he'd be like, I'm not sending anybody. What are you talking about? I'm not sending anybody out of there. Get out of here, sucker.
You out of your mind, sir.
People are dying right now in the streets. I ain't sending anybody out there, sucker.
Yep. Listen here, white boy.
I mean, that lady just caved in. I would have said, no, I'm not sending anybody out. Fix it. Go call, sleep outside and call an electrician tomorrow.
Doesn't have a ladder.
Doesn't have
He's
a
got
ladder.
Two gates, but no ladder.
What person that lives in a house, townhouse, or whatever doesn't have a ladder to just fix things? You need a ladder. That's like 101.
Our apartment here in Japan is actually pretty big for an apartment in a city, but it's in comparison it's pretty big. But compared to the U.S., it's really small, and we don't have a ton of space. But we even have a ladder. There isn't even anything to really fix here, but we still have a ladder. I thought that's just like if you own a house, usually you have a ladder. I mean, I've seen this guy's garage and the other stuff he has in his house, just piles and piles of stuff, but no ladder.
No ladder.
Maybe the IRS confiscated it. It was a very expensive ladder. What a joke. He's called 3 times to have that thing replaced.
So that this is the third time he's calling, and he didn't learn his lessons in the first 2 times of what might went on to hire an electrician to fix the problem, so he doesn't call the fire department and waste their time and 911 operators. When of course you need those resources for someone who really needs, not some idiot in a cabin. And what's really sad is this idiot still has a lot of he owes a lot of money. He owes a lot of money, but he spent a lot of money. Spent a lot of money from suckers donating $300 every time he gets on live. It's craziness.
If you or I had made the amount of money these people make in a single show, he makes about 10 grand per YouTube show. I make $0 because I don't monetize it, and it's also driven down. But 10 grand a show. It would be nice to make that.
Thank God, lately he's been down to $4 grand per show. But
yeah, well, he just sold a $200,000 house though, and he had to
yeah,
made up the difference.
Hopefully, he never gets up to 10 grand again. Hopefully, he makes 0 money on the shows. This dude is a con artist.
Yeah. So let's go to the chat real fast. People are trickling in. This is not a normal thing we do with Thursday's show, but since the last Friday show got taken down, and because at least where you are, Mike, you guys are having your Halloween trick-or-treating night. A lot of people doing Halloween shows. So we have a lot of listeners in the chat. The head is here, 9191. Yes, there will be a show tomorrow. Death 09210 double feature this week. Yes. Through the Darkness is also here. Bad Whiskey is here. And these folks were here a little bit earlier. We also have Reno Mac here. Hello, Reno. Cindy is here. Hello, Cindy, with a jack-o'-lantern. We also have in the chat Zach. We have Antonio. Says, I'm looking thinner. Yeah, I'm going for the Jack Skeleton look tonight. Also, we have in the chat, why is that one not coming up? Kay Owens is here. Hello, Kay. I believe you called into the Oracle show we did on Ground Zero, did you not? It was a fun show. Evan Kelly is here as well. And, oh, look, Mike, look who's here. Remember this guy?
I do. Hey, Nick. That's Nick's. We shacked up in Nick's real estate office for a little bit. The concrete bunker is what we called it.
The concrete bunker right outside Disney World, Orlando. That's right.
Some good shows in that office. So thank you, Nick, for having us there, and then for being on the show. That's me. I'm alive and kicking.
Oh my God, it's Mike D.
Yeah, I broke my leg, but I'm alive and kicking.
Yep, he's kicking with the other leg, the one that's not broken.
Kicking with the good leg.
Kicking with the good leg. You can kick the hell out of David Wilcock with a broken leg still.
Oh, I'm sure I could kick his ass with one leg.
This guy's got 2 gates and he has to call the fire department to change a smoke detector. Man, it just gets better. That's an old call too. That's not a new call. That's an old one. But that's one of my treats to you as an audience tonight. You get to hear the David Wilcock phone call to 911. I couldn't imagine. Like, I have self-awareness. I couldn't imagine calling the fire department, calling 911. 911, what's your emergency? I just can't, figure out how to change the battery in the smoke detector. That's something like a 95-year-old woman does, or some rich kid.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the 3rd time. He should have figured it out by now and not waste the resources of the fire department 911. That's just that's just a narcissist and
It's reprehensible.
And someone who's lazy.
Rihanna Trudell is here. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Trudell is here. HP Burrito is also here. Hello, Burrito. Paul is here. Nick says, hello, Mike. Good to hear your voice. It's like being back together again. Hey, Nick, why don't I send you a link? You can join us for Halloween. If you're free, send me an email or something. Or let me know if you want a link. I'll send you a link. You can join us for a few minutes. Have the whole band back together, like the old days at WPRK. I think, Mike, you were stuck outside that night that Nick and I were on air, and I got kicked off the station, weren't you?
I was. I wasn't allowed in until you left. The situation was brewing.
Yeah. Okay. If you're serious, Nick, email me. I think you still have my email, and I'll type it in the chat, and I'll send you a link. Mike and I have got a bunch of weird stories, so you can join us for the stories where you can add your own story. Okay, I sent you the email if you don't remember it or don't have it. rdgable@yahoo.com. That's what you can contact as a listener if you'd like to email me and speak with me off air, send me some information, etc. All right, we'll get Nick on the show, I guess, at some point here. That's cool. That is unexpected. What a treat. All right, Mike. So we're going to start the actual show. This is the pre-show, as most listeners know. We'll start the show. You said the Cecil Hotel. You've got Black Eyed Kids. You've got what else?
The Rake.
You got the Rake. We had Lizard Man last week.
Lizard Man, yeah. We had Dog Man too.
And Dog Man. Yes. And that show, if you missed it, some people only listen on YouTube and think that that's the only place the show airs. It's not. It's a special thing. We are in the archive at tstradio.info. And we just got ranked number 10 on the Paranormal Radio app, number 5 for history on Spreaker. So we are doing well because of listeners like you who find the show and listen. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much. Joe is also here. Joe is talking about the latest song that I've produced. It's a joke. I don't think it's that good, but I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Edward is also here. Edward, hello. Didn't know about this live show. Yeah, it's a random show that we're doing Thursday here. And we will get started with the actual show right now. Let me put the Season of Horror on the screen. We'll change the banner and we will start the introduction. Mike, hold on one moment. We'll be right back.
Hello? Anybody home?
Today, I want you to open your mind.
I've almost come to the conclusion that the story is so damning that the mass of people can't deal with it.
We are in process of developing a whole series of techniques to get people actually to love their servitude.
We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
To change the minds and the attitudes and the beliefs of the people to bring about one world socialist totalitarian government.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists.
It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time.
If you can get people to consent to the state of affairs in which they are living, then you have a much more easily controllable society than you would if you were relying wholly on clubs and firing squads and concentration camps.
Tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout. There are weapons that are simply thoughts, prejudices.
As you connect the dots between different people, organizations, religions, history, suddenly the picture starts to form.
The kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men.
Someone born in the United States is not more special than someone born in Mexico. They're just vehicles for the consciousness to experience.
They do not want your children to be educated. They do not want you to think too much.
It was learned that the aliens had been and were then manipulating masses of people through secret societies, witchcraft, magic, the occult, and religion.
They reach into our children in music, television, books.
Prey on children's innocence.
How can I disprove lies that are stamped with an efficiency?
So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it feels like an altar to an alien god.
Genetic power is the most awesome force the planet's ever seen, but you wield it like a kid that's found his dad's gun.
The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc is now in the possession of the Army.
Too many others know what's happening out there. And no government agency has jurisdiction over the truth.
Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for Mankind in the Twilight Zone.
About time some of you got acquainted with the real hard truth.
If you don't connect the dots, it's just a mass of what's all this about.
You are listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. I'm your host, Ryan Gable. TSTradio.info is our website. If you would like to find the full show archive and listen to all of our past episodes, you can do that there, and also pretty much anywhere else you listen to podcasts or radio shows. TST Radio on Spreaker and the Spreaker app, which is free, Apple, Spotify, etc. You can also email the show at rdgable@yahoo.com. I will respond personally. I don't have a team, so it will be just me responding. Give me some time to respond back. rdgable@yahoo.com. Links also to social media on the website. You can find those links, click on them, and follow us on social media. We've been banned from pretty much everything. So, and even some of the things we have, like X, we've been banned from that before. So we are back on X, back on Facebook. We've been banned from pretty much everything else. So that's why we don't have much of a social media presence. It's so cool, I think. It's a little frustrating, but it's so cool to have been around for so long that we were being banned before being banned was a thing. We've been banned so many times that we've actually gone through the cycle where we've been let back on social media platforms and then banned again and then let back on. That's happened to me on YouTube, as a matter of fact, which is why I don't put a lot of stuff on YouTube, because you put all the work in and then they'll just remove it. And for anybody that says, try one of these other conservative platforms, I can't. I tried. I think it's Rumble. They want you to sign up for Bitcoin. You have to have, well, I can't do that anyway because I don't have an American phone number. So it's a very, very complicated thing. We just like to stick with the old school radio, the old school audio. And that's where the majority of the audience is listening tonight. Although we do have our live video stream tonight and probably tomorrow, because it is Halloween week and it is Mischief Night and Halloween. And so we have special shows for you. We've also had special shows the last couple of weeks on vampires, werewolves, monsters, looking at the science, the myths, the history, breaking them down, putting them back together. All of that is in the archive at tstradio.info. And if you're on Apple, please leave the show a review. That would really help us out. I also know that because it is Halloween night for a lot of folks, I guess people celebrate Halloween on different days of the week. Nowadays, you have trunk or treat like a week before. People celebrate Halloween after Halloween. Now some communities do trick or treating 3 days. I can't keep up with it. So tonight there's a lot of different live shows. I appreciate you spending time with us tonight on the Secret Teachings. So we have our co-host, Mike D, with us tonight as well. Mike D has been our co-host for a very, very long time. He's been with us since we were banned off of our first radio station. He was actually there. Well, he was actually locked outside, but he was at the studio when we were banned, so he got to see that firsthand. And we also, I don't know if he's with us yet. I don't think so, but we might have a special treat tonight, having the show the way that it was. My goodness, 13 years ago, we used to have kind of these roundtable discussions with one Nick Cariotti, which some listeners might remember. So he might join us as well. I know he's in the chat. So Mike, happy Halloween, All Hallows Mass, All Hallows Eve. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm going to put on the screen some of the stuff that you, or prepare some of the stuff that you have. So please give us an idea for people that have no idea, they haven't read the show description, haven't seen the promo. What is tonight's show about?
Yeah, we're just going to cover some kind of just creepy Halloween-related creatures, places, folklore, kind of a mix mash, witches brew. Last week we did a great show, I thought it was at least, on Dogman and Lizardman. And
Yes.
we kind of went through Dogman as being this kind of the summary of the Dogman phenomenon was that there is so much disinformation that has been popped up on the internet throughout the years that it's hard to kind of tell fact from fiction. But we kind of we talked about how Linda Gottfried actually kind of had the best kind of take on it as being a journalist and being assigned the case where she thought it was a joke, until she started to interview eyewitnesses and got a lot of the same details of what the creature looked like, and came to the fact that it was some type of wolf creature. I'm not sure, what it was, but it was a very large wolf-like creature that could walk on two legs, had some type of intelligence to it, and we kind of talked about that. And then we talked about kind of the different versions of Dogman that people have seen, being some skinnier, some bigger, some more wolf-like, some more hyena-looking. So that was last week, but this week we're going to kind of delve into some more of the kind of, there's Lizard Man, good old Lizard Man. And Lizard Man, we talked about the witness, Christopher Davis being the witness, black teenager, 1989, always stuck to his story. And we talked a little bit about the social ramifications of being, a teenager in high school, and talking about something like Lizard Man back in 1989, you would have been ridiculed left and right, which he probably was by his friends. But he never backed down from his story. His parents called the sheriff that next morning, and they saw some scratches on the car because his dad was kind of distraught. He was very the kid was basically in shock from what he saw, type of lizard creature when he was trying to change his tire late at night coming home from work. And so, yeah, we talked about that, and two good stories.
Yes, and we have covered the vampire and the werewolf and the monsters and all of that on the show relatively recently. Just to give you an idea, if you missed any of those shows, vampires can be described in a lot of different ways. If we're looking at Romanian vampires as opposed to Chinese vampires, Romanian vampires tend to drink blood, but there's different forms of Romanian vampires. Some of them only feed on family members, which can probably be described as a mythos that grew around the genetic condition of porphyria, which is a genetic condition that passes down through family, and it is what is called vampire disease. You have these red stained teeth, people that have pale skin, they're photosensitive, they can't go out in the light and the sun, and they tend to act, or at least behave, in the way that a vampire might typically in the stories behave. And then you have the Chinese vampire, which doesn't actually drink blood, it sucks your chi, which is similar in theme, because a vampire is only drinking your blood because the blood has the life force of the body in it. And so the Chinese vampire is sort of doing just kind of cutting out the middleman and going right for the energy. And then vampires are also a result of poor burial practices or improper burial practices and superstitions around that, not understanding them. Same thing with a werewolf. A werewolf, of course, you have lycanthropy, people that transform into a monstrous creature because of their behavior. That's why you have like war cries and war paint on the battlefield, for example. Or if it's not lycanthropy, which is considered a psychosis by some, then you have the idea of the werewolf itself being a physical thing that isn't so much psychological, and there's a condition like porphyria for that as well. In fact, porphyria might also define the werewolf because the werewolf is a blood drinker as well. There's also a condition like porphyria that's referred to as the werewolf disease. It's called hypertrichosis, which is where the body, it's like a genetic issue. The body will produce excessive amounts of hair, so you become wolfman-like. So there's always a scientific, but there's always a cultural, but there's always a pop cultural. There's always another way to describe and define what these things are. And I find that fascinating, which is why I bring you those subjects, at least around Halloween. But we do talk about stuff like this throughout the year too. So we've got the wolf man, the lizard man, and we have other things that Mike has prepared for us tonight. And,
just going back on what you said too, like the poor burial practices, you had people that were in coffins or buried waking up because they weren't actually dead. People thought they were dead. So then that freaked, you can imagine 200 years ago, people freaking out, people crawling out of graves. They're still alive.
Oh, yes. And you have stories of, I think we learned this in school. I don't know why this sticks with me, but it's maybe one positive thing I actually learned in school was that there would be, a grave overseer, might have been the grave digger himself, and they would monitor the graves where they would have a bell tied to a string down into the dirt, into the coffin. So if they usually tied it to the person's wrist. So if the person woke up and wasn't actually dead, they'd freak out and would ring the bell, and then the grave digger would dig them up. And I think it's funny that we like to think that we're more advanced than that now. Oh, we wouldn't make a mistake like that. These were more primitive people. Well, I think maybe 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we'll look back in 2025 and say, wait, they were still putting mercury in people's mouths back in 2025? How primitive were these people?
True. I mean, even today, there's cases of people in the morgue in body bags. That's the mortician hears some rambling, and the person is alive in the body bag. That's happened. I've seen a couple cases on that in the last couple years.
Oh, really? So something similar is happening today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the body, it depends on what kind of burial practice there is, but if there's something that's not that doesn't drain all the fluids from the body, or things like this that we have and consider modern practices, although they're not really modern because the Egyptians did stuff like this. But
yeah, well, I think before the autopsy, they put them, depending on the case, they put them in cold storage before they start cutting them open and doing all that stuff.
But if you don't do that and the body bloats, they have blood that comes out of the mouth. So this is one of the myths of why the vampire drinks blood, because you'd see these people that you thought were dead, and they are dead, but you don't understand what's happening when the body is decomposing. So that they bloat, the blood comes out of their mouth. They were bloated because they drank a lot of blood, stuff like that.
Yes.
To a legend.
I think just cremation is probably the best way to go. My opinion.
As long as you're dead.
Yeah, as you're dead, you don't care. I mean, you're dead. Who cares? But cremation, you're saving space. I don't know. Anyway, let's just
you got to be environmentally friendly. You could just turn yourself into one of those trees. You can do that now, right?
Yeah, plant yourself into a tree.
Yeah, you can turn yourself into a tree. I think they consider that human composting. That might be something separate. But there's human composting, and then there's also growing your I guess a tree as a reincarnation of yourself. That's a pretty popular thing up in the Pacific Northwest, I read. Have you ever seen that? It's kind of morbid. It's kind of creepy.
No, I haven't. When I think of cremation, I think people take their loved ones' ashes, maybe put them at home, maybe scatter them wherever they want to be scattered, at a golf course or in the ocean or whatever.
Yeah. Here's a clip for you real fast about about dead bodies. You probably remember this from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I got a question about you, mortician. You bang the dead bodies? No. I imagine stuff like that goes on all the time. I mean, I don't give a shit. I was dead. Bang me all you want. Who cares? Dead body's like a piece of trash. I mean, shove as much shit in there as you want. I don't know how. I don't know how. Fill me up with cream. Turn me into a you idiot. Make a stew. What's the big deal? Bang me, eat me, grind me up into little pieces, throw me in the river. Who gives a shit? You're dead, you're dead. Oh, shit.
You're dead, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the wisdom of Frank, always.
The wisdom of Danny DeVito. Okay, so take us into the horror nights.
All right, well, let me give me a second. I'm going to load up. First thing, we're going to talk about this rake, right? So let's just kind of describe what a rake is, right? A rake is a creature believed to be humanoid in appearance. Several references in folklore and horror urban legends, kind of like the Slender Man. So you kind of have this tie-in. I mean, you've done shows. I think I've done a couple with you when we talked about Slender Man and kind of the New Age horror centered around that.
Mm-hmm.
The rake is kind of the same thing. Humanoid-looking, white in appearance, white face, usually black sunken eyes, defined as a cryptid in the cryptid category. Now, what this creature actually is, I have no idea. I'm just reporting on it for Halloween, but people have seen these, and I've talked to you earlier, and you've seen one.
Yeah, I've actually only seen in my entire life that I can really recall 2 or 3 UFOs, and I've seen a lot of strange paranormal things as a kid. But I did see a rake as a young adult. I had no idea what it was. It was something creepy that I saw in a field in Polk County, Florida, which you're very aware of Polk County, right off the I-4, where there's what is that, like an airplane museum, I think?
Yes, an aviation history museum.
Yeah, it was right around. I used to live around there. It's right around there, and I saw a rake out in the field, and it wasn't something that I looked at and had to try identify what is that. I just saw it running, and it terrified me. Actually, I kind of froze. I didn't know what I was seeing, and then later I was reading books about random things, and I came across the stories of the rake, and I thought, oh my goodness, that's probably what it was that I saw. What it is, I don't know. Some people consider it to be a modern legend, but there are stories that are similar to it in different cultures. It's kind of like the werewolf. The werewolf is seen as distinct from a vampire, but it also drinks blood. The person transforms. Very similar circumstances and even scientific explanations. And I think a rake probably falls into those categories because I've read that some researchers consider it to be similar to the Wendigo, but the Wendigo is more of like a psychological phenomena, I think, and it also is it's like a monstrous demon that eats flesh, which is a symbolic story for the most part. And I don't know if the rake does that. Does the rake attack people? Does it eat flesh and drink blood like a vampire or like a Wendigo, or is it totally kind of etheric like a ghost?
I don't know of any attacks, but I do know that from some of the stories, it's just kind of like it's haunts you and scares you, and constantly kind of it bothers you, kind of thing. Is from what I read.
Yeah, that makes me think that maybe it's. So I'm going to show a picture of it here on the screen.
Somebody in the chat said sounds like Adam Silver. That's the NBA commissioner.
It might look a little bit like Adam Silver, as a matter of fact, when I bring it up here. Very tall, very slender, very alien-like.
Oh yeah, yes. What's the other one? What's the Florida senator?
Rick Scott.
Rick Scott. Yeah, another
Absolutely.
type of alien-looking thing.
Whatever planet Rick Scott comes from, that's the same planet Adam Silver comes from. I can tell you that. That's a fact. So let me pull up the rake image here. There's a bunch of them online. Again, a lot of this comes from pop culture. A lot of this comes from, what do they call that? Creepypasta on the internet.
Yes, yep.
Okay, here is the rake. Just to give you an idea of what it is supposed to be. This is an artist's renditioning of what a rake looks like. The one I saw was a little bit smaller, much shorter, but all white. So I'll give you a little bit of information on what I think it might be. I think that first and foremost, if it's all pale, it's all white. It is similarly described to the image of just death itself. You know, the pale horse, which isn't white, it's actually pale yellow, pale green, but the pale horse that brings death. So the rake usually isn't seen in like a summer setting. It's usually seen in a fall or a winter setting. So maybe it's a modern version of, if you will, the horses of the apocalypse. It is a representation of the death of nature. It's also described, since it has a pale face, as being very similar to the Antichrist, which is a part of you. You know, you have the ability to obtain Christ consciousness through the realization of self. And if you choose not to do that, well, that's the temptation of the animal flesh. That's the temptation of your emotions. That's the temptation of the Antichrist. It's the Antichrist consciousness. So I think it's a projection of that. And my final comment in relation to that projectionism, I think it might have something to do with little gray aliens, because little gray aliens, little green men are the forest spirits and the fairies, but little gray aliens are very similar to like an infantile human. And I think it's a projection of the infantile self. And I think that maybe the rake is something similar to that, maybe a more frightening version of it, but it's not fully formed, it's not fully developed. It's pale, it's death, it's white, it haunts you like the serpent in the dark. So there's a little bit there that you might consider that psychology, maybe just general symbolism. I'm not exactly sure, but that's my assessment of what I think the rake probably represents. That's just my viewpoint, my opinion.
Yeah, I mean that's a good viewpoint. There was a guy that recently passed away a couple years ago. He used to go into the woods. I don't know what state he was in, but I saw a couple of his videos. He used to put a GoPro on his backpack, so it would film behind him, and he'd go into the woods and go home, and then go through the video and catch these. I actually caught a few dogmen, and then caught a rake.
That guy, yeah, I remember him.
Rake was kind of looking at him beyond a tree. All you saw was like a white face and like a part of a leg behind the tree. Very creepy stuff. Don't think the guy was making the stuff up, but who knows? But again, these woods have meaning too, where you have, names like the Black Forest. So there's something going on with woods too, that maybe draw this energy. Again, what you said too, a lot of poltergeist activity is actually the person causing the poltergeist activity. Through various different ways, but a lot of dark energy or negative energy that the person has, and things start flying off the shelf, and they say, hey, it's poltergeist activity. It could be caused by the actual person. So
yes, I have an image of the Adam Silver character. He is definitely a rake.
Oh my, yeah, if you made that face white and kind of stretched the skin back a little bit, made the eyes a little bigger, darker, that would be a rake.
He is a rake, yeah. I don't know what planet he's from, but I guess they like basketball.
It looks like you find in the Star Wars cantina.
Yeah, I have no evidence of this whatsoever. However, I will say that this guy's probably involved with all that gambling stuff in the NBA. I don't watch basketball, but I guess that he's probably involved in it.
Oh yeah, I know. We should do a show on that, because I have a couple in the future. Maybe we will, because I have a couple videos of plays, football, that actually show cheating going on, rigging going on, like a defensive lineman like just moving out of the way for the runner just to go walk in to score a touchdown.
Well,
and And then recently the Vikings kicked. There was a game with the Vikings where the kicker kicked a field goal, and there was a camera wire that was, you know how they have those cameras up top placed. Well, the wire was for some reason in front of the field goal, and the ball hit the wire and bounced off, and they didn't give the guy the point.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
And no, they said it didn't count. And so the kicker went up to the commissioner and he said, "Hey, there's a wire that knocked the ball." And they said, "Well, you know, things happen. Sorry." It's just like,
yeah, it's rigged.
But let's just talk.
But that's a rake. That's the point. Is that's a rake.
That's definitely a rake. That's a Babylon 5 type creature. That's a Star Wars cantina.
Listen, if your name is Silver, his name is Silver. He's probably involved in something shady.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mike.
Well, give me a second. Let me load up and share my screen. I'm going to share the. This is actually an interview with the rake witness. And let me load it up here, and then I'll share my screen.
Okay. Make sure we don't see another reason I'm doing the Thursday show on YouTube and X and Facebook. Most of you are in audio form, of course, but for those of you watching, great, we get an extra show this week. The reason I'm doing this as well as it being Halloween is because our Friday show last week got taken down because of a video that was played. It should have been fair use, but apparently not. So this is a little extra treat for you tonight on the Secret Teachings. Mike, you have this up on your screen?
Yes.
The video now? Okay. Let me add it to my screen. Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yes, I'm going to make it full screen.
Okay. Are you sure that we will not get?
Yeah, this is fair use. This is not any type of corporate bullshit. This is just an interview that took place.
We'll play a second. I'll switch back and forth between something else so it doesn't play the full. You don't see the full video the whole time, just to double.
Yeah. This is
our protections.
Yeah, we'll be all right here. But anyway, let me play this here.
Finally, I get a chance to meet you. I got to tell you, I heard the 911 call a couple of months ago, actually. And it's been a little bit of a challenge to, get the sheriff's schedule, my schedule, and finally now we've got your schedule all worked out so that we can talk to you and get you to tell your story. Obviously, we're not going to share your name or your face. Totally understand that. But after talking with you, clearly your voice is the voice that's on that 911 call. So if you would, just start wherever you want to. We want to hear the whole story. Take as much time as you need.
I guess I'll start from the beginning of the trip. I was coming up from Florida to visit my family. At the time, I was going to a trade school down there, and when I was driving up here to where the incident occurred by the battlefield, it was already easily like well into the morning. I wasn't looking at my phone. I just know it was pitch black outside, and it was pitch black. I couldn't see the moon, stars, nothing, just barely the road through my headlights. And I had my window down because the AC wasn't working the best. And as I was coming around, there's a massive right curve right there before you cross the Black River. And then after that, you have the battlefield. So on that massive black...
Can I pause it for a second and just say, again, with this Black River...
So you're talking about the name and how that.
Yeah, I'm talking about a name again. You get these names of Devil's Peak, Devil's Canyon, Black Forest, and he's now and he just said Black River.
There's a place in right outside of Tucson, or maybe it's outside. I think it's outside Phoenix, going up north to Sedona. It's called Bloody Horse Basin. Every time I drove past there, I always laughed at that because I thought, well, obviously. A lot of horses died there. A lot of people probably got robbed.
Yeah.
That's a Bloody Horse Basin. But yeah, these places are named like that because people have had an experience there or something they assume would happen there because it's a remote region or there's a legend about it or whatever the case might be.
that curve, as I'm coming around, I had just started the curve and I was about a third of the way through it, and I look over into the ditch on my right because I caught a quick glimpse of something, and as I take a further look, it looks like there's
and Mike, where's this
I'd
happening?
say probably 30.
This is North Carolina.
It's in North Carolina. Okay, go ahead.
Something-year-old man standing in that ditch wearing what looks like an old Civil War, covered head to toe in blood, and the uniform was torn as well. That threw me off because I didn't expect to see it at like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'm calling 911 after I see him to report that, because for all I know, it could have just been a normal guy that was injured and needed a medical. And
so let's stop it there for a second. So before he sees the rake, he sees an apparition or a solid form of a Civil War Confederate soldier ripped up and bloodied, and he was confused, thought it might have been like a real person injured. So that's the initial 911 call started after he saw that.
And there are a tremendous number of stories about people who see Civil War era ghosts all across the East Coast of the United States. I've actually seen one. That's the only, I guess you could say, ghost that I've ever seen was in West Virginia. I saw a Union soldier. There's so much death and pain and suffering, far more than the Revolutionary War. People don't normally report seeing that. They always report seeing Civil War era.
Oh yeah,
ghosts.
a lot more Civil War ghosts than Revolutionary War ghosts, and the reason for that is because the military advancements outweighed the scientific advancements. So you had more murderous machinery, carnage, and then but the science of healing and helping, medical science, was stuck back in the Revolutionary War time. So if you had even if you didn't have gangrene on your leg and they really couldn't do it, they just chop it off. So very, very, yeah, you're right. So very, very painful, traumatizing war.
Yeah, and also I think part of the reason for that is because the Revolutionary War had these trained His Majesty's soldiers that were, quote, civil, although a lot of them were actually drunks or vagrants that they forced into uniform. But it was a more, quote, civil conflict, and probably the only, other than the French, the only reason that the Americans were able to defeat the British was because of the guerrilla style tactics of a Francis Marion and others. But the Civil War was much different. And even though they did line up in similar ways, it was a far more brutal and barbaric conflict than the Revolutionary War. I read that people used to go and have lunch on the battlefield and watch the two sides fight. I don't know how accurate that is, but I remember learning that in history class. Might not have been a huge popular thing, but that some people used to do that, which is
Yeah, that's
kind of hard to imagine that.
That's kind of morbid, yeah, for sure. All right, let's.
Somebody that loves death and destruction. So,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Needed emergency help. It looked like what had happened is he hit his head on something.
Okay.
And the blood was just pooling down over his face and torso.
Okay.
And well, as I was calling, everything seemed perfectly normal. Just quick phone call to 911, let them know, hey, there's a guy out here, and try to find somewhere safe to park so that way I can take them to him. Well, as you know from the 911 call, right as soon as I reported that, I already had my window up at that point. All of a sudden, I heard a massive bang on my truck, and my truck bounced down from the rear, like I was pulling a heavy trailer and I hit a pothole.
Wow.
And so I'm sitting there going, what the hell was that? Which I'm pretty sure you heard me yell, what the hell? I turned on my my bed light, and I looked in my rearview mirror, and all I saw was this white, like snow white face right up against my rear windshield, like it was looking into my truck trying to see what it could see. It had It had shallow, sunken eyes. It had no nose. Just think if you took skin and put it on a human skull and stretched it thin.
Yes, Adam Silver.
Couldn't see any ears, just that. And
Rick Scott.
immediately I just started screaming. I didn't realize until afterwards that I had said that's not human on the call, because it was just the first thing I started screaming, because I was terrified. I didn't have my firearm with me, nothing. All I had.
Oh, that's like last week.
Yeah, one of
For
his
the
girls
dogman.
lock it in a safe.
Yeah, just to catch people up, there was a couple out in Maine that rented a cabin, was experiencing some dogman, I wouldn't say attack, but kind of like surrounding their house. And the night before, whatever, actually when they moved into the cabin, the wife wanted the guns not in the house, but outside, locked up in a separate little shack area. So, of course, when the dogman came, there was no guns in the house for them to use, and he tried to go out and get the guns, and it's a long story. But anyway, it's, again, when you need them, these people don't have them.
Was
Somebody
a
asked
wood-splitting axe.
Yes.
1 second before, I was thinking the same thing that Through the Darkness posted in the chat. They asked, maybe rhetorically, but I think it's an interesting question. Rake using the energetic remnants to lure people. I was thinking the same thing. It almost sounds like the rake was trying to lure this guy with this apparition.
I thought exactly that too. Like, but maybe that he used the energy of that Civil War soldier to kind of conjure the image, or actually use the energy of that battlefield to conjure that image.
Yes. You know what I've also thought? I wanted to add one other thing before you play this. I've also thought, if you spend time like on a farm at night, or if you spend time in a field at night, or you go to kind of a remote area, I spent a lot of time in West Virginia. You go to a lot of remote areas in West Virginia, and even if you just talk to people or just have your vehicle and just sit there, maybe it's just because it's West Virginia and the native people's always thought that area was cursed anyway. But there's always a feeling of like there is something else there. I don't know if I didn't feel that living in Florida. I didn't feel that even living in Idaho. Again, so it might just be that it's West Virginia, that area. But like there's something there, and not predators. It's like an energetic feeling. It's I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's a very
I felt that in woods in the daylight, walking my dog. We'd go through these woods, and when it's just you, right, and of course my dog, and no one else, and just woods, and you get this tussle of like wind that goes through. It does get creepy,
Yeah.
But I relied on my shepherd, and he really never got too spooked
Jesus?
out. So
Jesus is your shepherd, or you mean Loki?
my dog Loki, yeah, not the shepherd. Christ.
Mike D worships Loki, the devil. The name of a dog.
But my dog, dogs have a keen ability, so he never really got too spooked out. So I knew it was just, so I didn't really get that super creepy feeling. But even that, like, just going back, like really, even in the daytime, being alone in the woods, I think it's just human nature where your senses go up a little bit, right? So, anyway.
Without doubt. Yeah, without doubt. But I'm saying something beyond that again, because I know what you're talking about, and I've had that in Florida. I've had that in Idaho. Something in West Virginia.
Oh yeah, West Virginia is known to be a cursed state for sure.
Yep, that whole area is cursed. Snarlygaster, and they have Bigfoot there too, but they've got the Grafton Monster, Braxton Monster, Mothman. It's an iconic place. All right, proceed, please.
Kind of like this. Our interviewer got caught in like a dimensional shift here. Let's see if we can get him out.
So that's all I had. So, and my truck is loud as is, and it picks up speed fairly easily. Well, my truck at the time. it had a gas-powered 6-liter V8 Vortec on it, and it was a proper dual exhaust, hence why I had the window up, because that truck is nice and loud.
Okay.
Well, I'm doing in between like 55, 60 miles an hour when this happens, and I just stomped on the gas for a second. When I looked at the speedometer before I slammed on my brakes, I was doing maybe 80. And I slammed on those brakes with all my might, and I went from like 80 miles an hour down to like 35 in just like a couple of seconds. And all I see is this super scrawny long body just fly over my truck in a ball rolling. And as I then swerve to the left and get back in the travel lane, and I floor it. And as I'm swerving to the left, I see it stand up, and it is easily taller than that truck.
No way.
I'm 5'10". The truck is about 2 inches taller than I am. And this thing was easily like maybe 7 feet.
So the real question is, what
And
was Adam Silver doing
as I pass it, I look in.
So what was Adam Silver doing in the North Carolina battlefield?
That's why the NBA sucks. He's spending all of his time out there terrifying people.
Yeah, it is crazy that the picture that you showed before is kind of matching the description of what this guy is saying.
This one?
Yeah, where you showed the picture of the actual rake.
It's very creepy, and I can confirm the one I saw was not that tall, but the one I saw had the same characteristics and features for sure.
Yeah, let's continue, because I think this goes on. I actually want to have people listen to his 911 call. But see,
Yeah,
I think they played
that.
Yeah, they played that after this, I believe.
My mirror, and I see a
Timberwolf
bolt to
in
the
the
left
chat-
into
sorry,
the
Timberwolf
woods,
in the chat said he's scouting NBA rookies. It's probably what's happening.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Or little children looking at him.
Yeah, maybe little kids. It's another show.
it looked like some, I don't even know what the hell, because it looked like somebody took a normal human and stretched them out, starting with the limbs.
Wow.
It like abnormally long legs and arms, and it just took off into the woods. And I just said, nope, I'm out of here. I'm not staying to figure out what this is.
This is the first nonstick with no
you got some advertisement there, Mike.
coating.
Hold on,
The Titanium Always Pan Pro.
Here, I'll take that off. Tell me when it's back.
It's back.
It's back. Okay.
And I pulled into that gas station. I was doing like 90 all the way to that gas station because that was the only place with any light that I saw.
Right.
And I just stopped in that parking lot and waited like 10, 15 minutes for state troopers to show up. Well, next thing I know, the state troopers show up at the gas station, and I'm just staring back at that road to make sure that it's not coming back.
Right.
So I tell them what happened. They proceed to look at my truck, look in the bed of the truck, look on top of the cab, and on top of the cab, clear as day, you can see like it was scratching trying to get into my truck.
Really?
Or when it initially hit, if you
So there's
another way to look
scratches
at it
in
is
this
if
case
when
too,
it
like
hit
with
the
the
back
lizard
of the
man?
truck and landed in the
Yes. Kind of the scratching claw marks again with this.
Now, did he have
bed like it
photographic
Would be
evidence
great.
of that?
I don't know if he's took pictures. Let's listen to see if maybe he talks about that, but I haven't seen pictures of it.
latched onto the hood for a second and scraped trying to balance itself. And you could see that clear as day. I mean, there was a couple of scratches from like squirrels and tree branches, but those stuck out because it looked like it had landed like this and just ripped backwards. And well, they asked me to take them approximately where it happened. And I mean, when it's the middle of the night and you're going the opposite direction of where you just came, your sense of direction's a little off.
Right.
So I took them back to approximately where I believe it was, because I couldn't see. I didn't remember any landmarks because I was going from the other way. But there was an S curve, and I think I took them I think I might have taken him on accident to the S curve, but the incident happened before that S curve because I hit that S curve going about 65 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. I still remember the jolt of the truck, the fear, everything. I remember pretty much everything just in that one moment.
Let me, so I'm going to stop sharing here, and then I'm going to pull up. I'll let you kind of talk about what we just saw here, and then I'm going to pull up the 911 call, just so we can get some context and see, you know, is this guy, let's hear the call, but let me bring it up.
My reaction to somebody like this guy, and I don't know what he looks like. I can just see his profile and see the video of him being interviewed, hear his voice. It kind of sounds like this is not the type of person who would make something like this up. It sounds like the type of person who would be pretty, I don't know if the word grounded is the right word. Kind of strikes me as like a redneck. Kind of strikes me as someone who's salt of the earth, who probably isn't going to make up stories in the middle of the night and call the police and drive back down the road where he just came from. And whatever it was, I don't know if it was a quote rake, but whatever it was, he definitely had something that happened to him. Maybe he was on drugs, I don't know, but he had something that happened to him. He sounds believable. Again, what it is, I don't know. Not sure. While Mike finds the 911 call, I will remind you that you are listening to the Secret Teachings Radio. TSTradio.info is our website. If you're watching the video show, click the links below to find the full archive Monday through Friday. You can also find on those linked up. I think the actual words are linked, but if not, the links themselves you can find to the website, to social media, to buy me a coffee, etc. We do this show 5 nights a week. We've done it for 15 plus years. Listeners like you keep us on air. Every time you listen to the free archive and you hear those ads, that supports us. Every time you subscribe to the show, that supports us. Every time you buy a book, that also supports us. Thank you so much for keeping us on air Monday through Friday and listening to the Secret Teachings. For those of you who look at the viewer count on one of these video shows and think, wow, this show sucks, nobody listens. Well, this is like a random separate thing we do. The main archive is where the party is. I see in the chat room that Lori just joined us. Hello, Lori. And I see that Joe Roop just joined us from Lighting the Void. Happy Halloween, Joe. Thanks for tuning into the show. I'm waiting on Nick. I thought Nick was going to join us as well tonight. I'm not sure if he has to get his setup.
Yeah, he's got to download that app first. Or no, he just goes to the link, but he's got to make sure that he turns access onto his camera and his microphone.
Unless you don't have to use a camera. If you listen, you can just use your camera.
Yeah. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, Nick. Come on.
Nick is a professional, Mike. I think he can figure it out.
All right, let me share my screen again. I'm going to bring up the 911 call.
Yes, let's do it.
You know what? Going back from what you said on the break, that was my same thought too. I was like, I don't think this guy really wants the attention, or really kind of even to deal with the police or having to go through this, right? Didn't you think? I thought so too. I thought
that's my impression. Yeah.
Yeah, that this guy was just kind of like you said, kind of a, you know, I don't know to use the term hillbilly or whatever, but just like a guy driving to get a job done and not even telling the story. His voice seems a little shaky too. I noticed that too.
Yeah. It sounds real. Again, I don't know what it was that he experienced, but it sounds real.
Yeah, let's listen to all right, let me share my screen again. Are people out there enjoying this? Or are we getting too goofy here or what? Let us know in the chat.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think people in the chat have voiced their liking for the show thus far.
All right.
So we have the 911 call?
Yes, let me load that up. Oh, I almost pulled the David Wilcock and hit leave studio.
We only do that if you just sold your house and made 200 grand. You don't need these idiots on YouTube. You got 200 grand. You can go buy a new car now, Mike.
I know. All right. Can you see the screen? That's more so audio, but can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
All right, let me hit play here.
911
Black
call.
River, and I thought I saw a guy standing on the side of the road bleeding.
He told Pender County Dispatch that he'd been traveling somewhere between 55 and 60 miles an hour, making it difficult to clearly identify what he thought he had seen. But then just seconds after the call began, his evening took quite a turn.
I'm kind of in the middle of the woods at the moment.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with the area.
What the?
What was that, sir?
That's not human! That's not human!
Sir, are you okay, sir?
There's something in the back of my truck!
Now hold on a second, Mike. Was that the actual sound of the thing hitting his truck?
I think so.
The actual thud.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you rewind that?
It's the actual 911 call, so you really can't manipulate it.
Can you rewind it so we can hear just that part again where it hits the
Yes.
truck?
I mean, I can't see my screen, but there's
15 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Right when this guy.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with the area.
What the?
What was that, sir?
That's not human! That's not human!
Sir, are you okay, sir?
There's something in the back of my truck!
So let's keep going here. There should be more than that.
Something more in the 911 call.
Yeah, but I'm gonna stop sharing because there's too many ads. I think people gotta get the point of that call.
What do you make of it?
To me, it kind of it legitimizes it a little bit for me. His tone inflection. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really sound fake to me, is what I'm trying to say.
I would entertain both arguments. I would entertain that it's elaborate and that he's exaggerating, or not exaggerating, but maybe acting almost similar to the Area 51 call with Art Bell. But that's also a radio show, and this is calling 911 in the middle of the night. So that makes me think, even though I'd entertain that argument, it makes me think that it's probably pretty real. And there's a sense in his voice. I've been freaked out like that. And there's a sense in his voice of this guy is genuinely terrified. So I can't say one way or the other. It's not really our job to say one way or the other, but that's my objective.
Let me run it back to the rest of the call. I was able to track down the rest. I'll share my screen again here.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you also. I think it's less than the Art Bell calling guy, but
well, yeah, that one was clearly staged.
That was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, then Jimmy Church interviewed him all those years later.
Yeah.
Scumbag, lying piece of garbage, greasy cheater, Jimmy Church, you piece of trash. Go ahead, Mike.
There's something in the back of my truck!
Okay, what's in the road?
No, it's not in the road, it's in my truck. In the bed.
There's something in the bed of your truck?
Yes, ma'am, I just turned on my bed light for my truck and there's something in my bed.
Okay, sir, when you say something, what do you mean?
I just knocked it off the bed of my truck and went over my roof.
Okay, what was it?
According to the CAD notes and the deputy reports, this thing jumped into the back of his pickup truck and began to actually beat on the top of the cab of his truck. You could actually hear something beating on the top of the truck. The caller stated that it was beating and scratching on the top of the cab of his truck. He actually stated that he was able to engage his bed light and was able to somewhat identify this object that was in the back of his truck. At some point, he was able to slam on his brakes, and the force of inertia actually threw this thing out over his hood and onto the highway, where this thing stood up in the roadway, made its way to the wood line, and disappeared in the woods.
Now, Mike, is it
Hi guys, it's Rusty.
possible? Is it possible that this could have been some sort of animal? But I don't know what kind of animal it would be. Is it possible it could have been some kind of animal? Have you read anything about that, where someone gave an opinion that, hey, maybe this is X, this is a rare creature? I don't know, anything like that.
No, no, I haven't seen that, but yeah, it's quite possibly that it is some type of animal. But I just from his kind of his description, saying it's humanoid in form, though. You know,
Yeah, he said it's not human. I mean,
he was scared enough to call 911, which then dispatched police and then talk to the police, actually the sheriff, and give a detailed report. You would think to a guy that kind of just wants to go, that's a lot of work to go through, right? But again, you always have to be cautious of pranksters and frauds and hoaxsters. But my intuition tells me that something went on with this guy. I don't know.
yeah, me too. Me too. Hey, someone in the chat, I think they're saying this in good fun, in good faith, but they said, why does Mike D hardly ever go on screen and just shows his dog instead? Maybe people think that you're a faker, Mike. Any reason that you don't show your face?
Because I'm an agent provocateur.
Yeah, Mike's a fed.
And also I'm also wanted at the same time. I'm wanted by the cabal, so I can't.
I think that probably one of the reasons Mike doesn't do that is because he doesn't want the kind of death threats that I get. That probably wouldn't.
I think that has a little bit to do with it. Surely I've seen.
I got one recently.
You got one recently?
Yeah. I actually got two recently. One was over me quoting the Bible, and the other one was over me not supporting total devastation of Gaza. But that's par for the course.
Yeah, there's a lot of
What are you gonna do?
A lot of NPCs out there. That would have been a good Halloween topic too. The NPC person.
I should have been an NPC for Halloween. That's what I should have done. I'm just
So
a guy in a jacket.
Yeah. So you got these soulless NPCs walking around.
Yeah. Well, it's funny too, because I know this is the first time I've ever put my bookshelf in the background. I thought I would do it so I could have my little jack-o'-lantern here. And when I don't know if I ever told you this. Did I tell you that when I went on InfoWars one of the 2 or 3 times and I had that bookshelf in the back, what happened? Did I tell you that story? Mike? You still there, Mike? Or did the cabal take you out?
I am the cabal muted my mic.
Damn it. Ruthless. But I had that bookshelf in the back, and all these info warriors, which are the equivalent of NPCs, a lot of them, they were taking photos of the bookshelf and zooming in and finding books that I guess they didn't like, and then making statements like, he's got a copy of a communist book. Why would you have a communist on the show? And it was actually by Archie Brown, the professor who wrote a book about how evil communism is and how horrible it was. But they zoom in and it's not a Bible, so it must be evil. Looking at all the books. So I'm sure I'll get some of that. You want to like get out of the way so you can see all the books there, all the evil Joseph Campbell books and the evil books on paganism and the Roman Empire and all the evil things that are so horrible. I do have a Bible. It's over here on this other shelf at the bottom. So,
do you have the book on how the Golden Dawn was started by rich theater kids?
No, I don't. But maybe Joe Roop would like to call in and talk to us about that. He knows more about the Golden Dawn than I do.
Yeah, and then the Yates Crawley battle on the steps between the wizards.
Crawley books are good for one thing. They're paperweights, or they're books that I don't like burning books, but they'd make a good bonfire. Crawley books are trash. They're just total trash. Good book, good weight, paperweight.
I agree with you again on that.
Alrighty, so Mike, we got the rake out of the way. I see Nick has joined us as well. I can bring him on if you're ready.
Is Nick with us live and in color?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, let me see if I can. Yeah, Nick, you're okay being on video?
And there it is. Yeah, I'm ready for video. I'm in my little dungeon over here as well. And
Well,
you can see I've aged about 400 years since we talked last.
No, you look good. You look good, man.
Oh yeah,
grow that
Lost on
beard
my head,
out. He looks like a wizard.
yeah, what I lost on my top of my head, I stuck to my face, so it worked out anyway, one way or
Yeah,
another.
just started growing the other direction.
Yeah. Mike, so good to hear you, Mike. You sound great.
Thank you, man. You look good. You look good. I like your glasses too.
Hanging in there. I only need them to see, so it's not a critical thing. But yeah.
What did you think on the rake story so far? Were you able to hear a little bit about?
I was able to hear most of it and such. But yeah, but you know, that's there's nothing new about that. I mean, I followed a lot of those stories that go on in those parts of the country where, you know, the revolutionary wars were fought and all those wars were fought, and they're always packed with all kinds of, you know, ghost stories and the just incredible things that go on. So it doesn't surprise me, and I believe it completely. I mean, how can you have so much tragedy go on in an area and not be impacted by an enormous amount of, you know, energy from the other side? I mean, it's got to happen, you know?
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, we should ask Nick who he is, because a lot of listeners have no idea. We have so many listeners all over the world. Who is Nick Cariotti, for those of you who especially can't see him?
Let me help you with this just a little bit. So I'm actually Santa Claus. So I've been working on the beard. I got the part for the 7 p.m. slot over at the Millennium Mall to do Santa during the Christmas season. So as I've been growing it, I figured.
Glad to see that you've come up from teaching a real estate class, become Santa Claus. That's a big upgrade. Right.
Now, still doing that as well. So since COVID, I teach only online real estate. Didn't miss a beat though. Going good, going strong. I'm enjoying it a lot. I was able to stay home the whole time. So I just sit in my dungeon, my little messy thing. I can eat my funny bones all day long, and I'm good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people can't see you eating your snacks if you do it off camera.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Well done. Yeah. Now, Mike, why aren't we blessed with your face on camera here? What's going on?
Oh, because I'm wanted by the cabal and yeah, the secret cabal.
Okay.
And also I'm a Fed agent. My job is to watch Ryan what he says.
There you go. Okay, you have gone to the dark side.
A hard job, because I say a lot of stuff.
Yeah, although you are looking more and more like a dog every day. Is that your dog there?
That's Mike or me?
Mike.
That's actually Mike. Mike's a dog. We're talking to a.
That's dog man. That's dog man.
Yeah, we're channeling the dog here on the show.
That's Loki, my shepherd. He's passed, but he was a great dog.
Yeah, beautiful.
Let me ask you, Mike. Would you consider channeling or having a Ouija board session or something like that with your dog? Have you ever done that or thought about that?
I would only do that with one particular person. Her name is Laura the Pet Psychic. If you Google her, she's actually been vetted by just a lot of people for animal communication after death. She's probably the person that I would do it with. I've heard nothing but good things. I've had friends that have had sessions with her for past. And I've got skeptical friends, and they vetted her too by, you know, even asking her, what's my dog's favorite shampoo scent, is what one person asked her to try to vet her. And she said, oh, that's easy. He loves the coconut scent. So my friend was like, I don't even know. Is it coconut? And he looked in his cabin. He was like, oh, shit, it is coconut. And so she's got a gift. She's got a good website. She's got thousands of reviews. I think she really has a gift, and that's probably who I would do it with.
What about you, Nick? Would you have you ever done that with your cat? You have cats?
You know, when I was much younger, I had a friend of mine who loved the Ouija boards. You know, and he was the first to introduce us, and we actually did a lot of stuff with that. But we were really young. All we were really trying to do was, you know, get down the pants of our girlfriends. That was really it. You know, so I can't say that we took it seriously.
You guys were after a different cat. You weren't trying.
Yeah, exactly. We were getting ready for the next board game we were going to be playing. But so I never really had a serious Ouija board experience. But I think I would definitely be open to a seance, which we tried also at a younger age. Nothing came of it. I don't think it really went the way it was planned. But my wife, who's unfortunately passed actually not too long ago, she was very
I
into.
did not know that.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Thank you. Not to bring down the mood, but about 2.5 years ago, she was diagnosed with a brain tumor, and went through 2.5 years of watching her decline and about 12 weeks ago she had passed. But yeah, it's been a little rough.
Oh, just a few months ago.
Yeah, not so long at all. Not so long at all. Yep.
Are
And
you still you still live same place you always lived, and everything otherwise everything else is stable?
I still have my house there, and I go there every day to take care of a handful of cats. And but I've been staying more at my brother's and mother's house in Dr. Phillips, just because it's really hard to be there, after this. And so they've been keeping my mind clear and straight without thinking too. But I have her here with me, believe it or not. I have my wife's urn here. I built a little shrine next to me, and I talk to her all day long. So strange as that might sound, it gets me through it. So yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, some people say that the whole point of Halloween is divinatory practices, the changing of the seasons and whatnot, and people communicate with the dead.
Yeah.
Is that something, can you feel her more directly because it's around this time?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's funny because my father had passed about 4 years ago. My mother used to tell me the stories of how he would visit her every night, talk to her, tell her things that she never imagined and such, until it got to a point where it got scary for her, and she asked him to slow down, and he did. When this first happened to me, she had visited me and my mother several times, and communicated quite a bit, and then it kind of tapered off a little bit, but I welcomed it. I wasn't afraid of it, and I definitely would love to have more of it. I never got a chance to ask any of the questions that we would be dying to ask somebody on the other side, but yeah, it's an interesting thing, and when it happens to somebody that you're close to, the fear kind of disappears. It was never really there. I can deal with it. And there was plenty of things moving around in my room at night, things that never should have moved unless something was affecting it. So I'm always on alert for those kind of things.
So you had some poltergeist-like activity.
I do believe so, and I don't know if it was poltergeist, because I think it refers to a much younger ghost. But yeah, definitely some spiritual things going on, and I still hear noises periodically of things that are just so strange, and just like, why did that happen?
It could also be telekinesis, that you could be emotionally distraught, and maybe you're moving things with your mind unintentionally.
Could be. You never know. I've got a lot of her things here that she loved, and there's certain things every time I put this certain one picture up, and the next day is always like down, and I can't figure that out for nothing, because there's no breeze there or nothing like that. No reason why that would happen. She never liked pictures of herself, and she never liked that sort of thing. So you never know.
You're in trouble from the other side still.
Can you imagine? They say once you're married, that's it. You're in it forever, not just life, but ever.
Yep.
Could very well be.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go right ahead.
No, I was gonna say, Nick, I think Laura the pet psychic actually does people too. Might be someone just to look into. Google her. Just Google Laura the pet psychic, and just see if that's someone you'd be interested in. Like I said, I've researched her. She's completely vetted by hundreds of reviews, and looks like she's not cheap either. So the good ones usually aren't cheap either.
Right. Sure, and that's okay. It's I don't mind patronizing them and putting money in their pockets for something that they do and a service they perform. Of course, and you can't really put a price on that. If there's any chance that I can communicate that, what is that worth? That's worth anything and everything.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well, listen, I got a Ouija board for $20 right now. I'll break it out.
Yeah, it looks like she's even on our schedule. It looks like she's even booked up like a month or two beforehand. So
I'm sure the good ones are. And my wife did speak to a few psychics over the years and stuff, and we could never even walk by a palm reader without her stopping and having to have it done.
If I recall correctly, though, she it might have been the conspiracy stuff, but she had a little bit of an issue with you talking to me about some stuff. The paranormal stuff was okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, everyone has their own feeling about different things, and I find myself talking more about the topics we talked about more now than ever before.
Really,
I'm finding a lot more people open-minded to it now more than ever. And I learned a lot from being on your show, and since then just learned a lot about it because you hear about it more and such. I become part of the whole SETI group and stuff, and I
oh really?
Yeah, I watch a lot more of the Ancient Aliens. I was into that so much for so long, that after we did our show and stuff. So it just kind of connected a lot of the pieces that you brought to the table over the years, so interesting.
It's a lot of pieces.
Yeah, a lot of pieces, and a lot of books. Congratulations on all your books. That is awesome. I can only imagine what kind of a read those are, because I remember after the first one, I thought, wow, you did it pretty quickly, and you did one of the biggest books I've ever seen. And as I read it, it was like every page was like sucking you in, and I know because you kind of wrote it the way you talk, just like straight from your head, from the information you have. And if your other books or anything like that, and I haven't read them all, I'll be honest, but if they're like
Well,
that,
yeah, those old books, the ones that you saw me write, those were more. I consider those more like PDF reference guides,
yeah,
more so than books, because I learned how to publish and write books, and so I started writing official books, and I have I have Occult Arcana that I think they just republished, or they reprinted it for David Childress's Adventures Unlimited Press magazine.
Yes,
He's the Ancient Aliens guy. So yeah, he liked it enough. He put it in his magazine. Kind of cool.
Very cool. Yeah.
Come a long way from the real estate office to AUP.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. And it's really funny because that day you were talking about where that vicious person came in and threw your show off the air. As sad as that was that day, he did you a big favor, and I really felt that from the minute we walked out the door. I thought to myself, you know what, this is going to push Ryan to do unbelievable things, and it's exactly what it did. It motivated you in a totally different way, and I saw you just jump in to grab hold of everything just to prove them wrong for doing it. And even though they would have let you back, you were already kind of into your next levels, your next steps of things, even right afterwards. So
that's right. And Mike, you were there for that. You were outside, and that did propel us forward. We went on Dark Matter, I think, after that.
No,
because
I actually wrote Keith an email and said, "Hey, we have this show." Remember, I sent him the email.
Yeah.
Keith Rowland, yes.
Yeah, and gave him some clips of the show, and then he contacted you, and that's how we got on the next journey.
That's
awesome.
awesome.
And then we did that in the studio there.
Yeah, and then I wrote an email, a lengthy email, probably 6 paragraphs, to the vice president of the school, Rollins College.
Yeah.
Her name was like Elizabeth something, saying that we were unfairly removed, that the station manager had it in for us as violation of free speech.
Exactly.
We were blamed for some activities that we did not do to him.
Do you remember? Maybe Nick remembers this, or one of you guys remembers this. Remember when someone took all of our business cards and drew penises on them and stuck them to the door and said
Okay,
that
I have to admit that was me. But listen, I didn't think you'd ever find out about it. I'm sorry about that. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't me. I do remember that.
It was Mike. Mike did it.
I did it. Yes.
I really found that to be out of jealousy. People I think were jealous that you actually had something important to talk about, something other than just playing silly music. I mean, I love music and all, but I mean, how many music shows do you need on the radio? I mean, talk shows is what you need. You need some education. You need to fill people's heads with ideas and thoughts and get that critical thinking out there. And you were doing just that. You definitely had the most interesting show on WPRK, and jealousy sets in a pretty bad way. And that old guy, which it's funny, I can't remember his name now, but I remember his face.
Yeah, what
really
was
well.
his name, Mike?
What was that? I just remember his face. He was a vicious little troll. He was.
Ron Perlman. I don't know. I don't remember his name. Something like that.
What was that guy's? It's gonna bug me now.
You're right. Yeah. All of a sudden, it's gonna go.
All I know is like khaki sandals and a green collared point. His shirt was he lift up to pop his collar on his shirt.
Yeah. He got off. He got off on throwing you off the air that night. I mean, it was something he was enjoying way too much. I start wondering, there was no cameras in that place back then. I wonder if we would have kicked the living crap out of him. Would anyone have even known it was us? I mean, I think about that once in a while. And I'm just
nobody even came into the studio ever, really. So you could have hit the body. Nobody would have found it, probably.
Exactly. He could have been hit under the Halon tank that was there that shouldn't have been there anyway, right? And no one would have found it.
Hey, Nick, did you hear that they actually, I guess it was was it a year later or close to a year later, Ryan, they asked you to come back and you said no, because about that time we were on Dark Matter.
Exactly. I do remember that. And I was very happy that you were able to move on to bigger and better things. And that was just a blessing in disguise, a Halloween blessing in disguise.
Yeah, you don't mess with a Capricorn. I even went to even back then, they had ratings on professors. I went and looked up this guy, got his rating, which was terribly low, and the comments, and put those into the email that I sent to the vice president of the school.
Yes.
Well, that guy was the guy who, before he became the manager of the station, He was the guy that called me on I think it was a Tuesday or Wednesday. I had done a fill-in show. They always called me because I was always willing to do fill-ins. And I did a show in the pyramids of Egypt, just talking about the mainline narratives and some alternative views. And I remember that guy called into the station and said, "I'm a professor at the university. You're wrong." This is the first time I ever experienced this. And I said, "Wrong about what?" He said, "You're just wrong because you're not a professor."
Right.
He wasn't even a professor of history.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was just so arrogant and just thought, how could you possibly be doing what you're doing without that kind of an education behind you? Which, who knows? Who cares? He didn't even know if you were a professor or not. He had no idea.
Yeah, look at Nick. He didn't even graduate high school. Look where he's at.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the only big disappointment of that whole time back then, Mike, I have to say, the only disappointment was I thought you were outside getting ready to storm the station in the basement there, and you never showed up. And I'm thinking, is he having donuts? What's he doing out there?
I tried to get in. The door was locked.
It was always locked. You're right. That's right.
I couldn't get in. And Ryan came out and said, "Hey, we're having a big issue here. I'll come get you in a second."
Yeah.
So what really happened was Nick went to the bathroom. He came back. He saw what was going down. He went to lock the door so that nobody could come in and find out what was about to go down.
I'm glad you did lock the door because I think I might have knocked the guy out. Honestly, I think I would have. I went out at him one time before while I brought up the FTC case and the fines on Howard Stern. And he's saying, "Oh, Howard Stern never got fined." I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Fined $2 million."
Exactly. Over and over again.
I could see in his face he was getting angry. So I'm kind of glad I wasn't there because I would have gone out at this guy.
Yeah. I think it was Ron. Was it Ron?
Ron something.
Yeah, it was Ron.
Yeah, Ron. Whatever. But anyway.
So I can show you guys something really cool. We've gone through. You guys were co-hosts with us or with me for years. Nick and I did stuff. Mike and I did stuff for listeners who don't know. But check this out. And if you're not watching the video, you can go online and type it in. I have no idea how this happened because we have no streams. It's just my archive, and we're totally independent now, with the exception of Ground Zero playing the show throughout the week. But this is the top 13 streaming rankings for the Paranormal Radio app as of the 29th of October this year. And somehow we got ranked number 10. So that's pretty decent for not having any money investments or streams.
That is awesome. And I would think it's only going to go higher, and it probably should be higher. I've listened to a lot of the other shows, and a lot of them don't give nearly the information or clarity and accuracy of the information that you give. It's pretty amazing. And every time I talk about you and your show, that's the first thing I talk about. Is like, you got to hear the guy talk. He's doing most of it from out of his head, from things that he's learned, and now he can just rattle it off and stuff. So they're like, "What is he, like Rain Man or something?" I said, "Well, yeah, probably, but
Look, maybe a little bit. I don't think so. When I'm off air, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot off air.
Well, you see, like a lot of what's sad about that is some of those people on that list are frauds and cons. I see, and they get a lot of backing. Like LTV said, Jimmy Church is up there. Exactly. Like, I don't even see how that guy made the list. Right. But Coast to Coast is a staple, and even though you have George Snorri on there, they're still going to get the views and the watches because they've been around for so long.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mike, did you say that Ryan is a Capricorn? Is that what you were saying?
No, I said I am.
Oh, you are? Okay, I was going to say, because I always thought Ryan was a unicorn, not a Capricorn. That's just wouldn't make sense for me.
Well, Ryan used to dress up as a unicorn and go down to the Parliament House a couple times a week without us knowing.
Okay.
A little bit of the secret history.
There you go.
The secret history of the secret teachings.
Right.
Hosted by Mike D and Nick Cariotti.
Now, you want to hear something funny? When you had invited me to come on, I thought you meant tomorrow night.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Good thing I was listening when you guys were talking about me and what a chicken shit I was for not coming on. I thought, well, wait a second. That's not me. I'm not chicken shit now. I'm chicken shit later.
So I thought you had to dig all your old radio equipment out. I didn't know that you had it set up.
I have it all set up right here. I've been doing my podcasts, and I got on another one of those little radio stations over in where is it, DeLand or something, where I can't even hear it. But I like being on the radio because you know how it is. You know, you just kind of get used to it, and you like that. But it's mainly the podcast that I push, and just a little real estate thing.
What's your podcast? Is it a real estate podcast?
Careers in real estate. So I decided that I was going to do something more directly towards my company, my school, and what I've been doing more of is a 5-minute Monday. So 7 a.m. Monday mornings, I do a 5 minutes kind of power pop kind of a thing, talking about different things and careers you could do in real estate. And it's been getting a little traction, doing good. I found out that the 5-minute thing is what most people have an attention span for, is 5 minutes.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, so that works for my schedule as well because I got so many things going on right now. But yeah, I still enjoy doing it. So I got all my equipment set up, ready to go.
You got it looks like an RE20 there.
That's the RE20. What happened to your RE20? You switched over. You took it into the dark side.
Long time. Yeah, well, it was a long time I used that RE20 microphone. And
tell me, what did you drop it? Most people drop them. It's just like that's it. It's over.
No, it just, I had it for so long, and I finally upgraded my studio, and
good for you. Good for you. Now, and you probably got the real good use out of that microphone. I always knew you would, and you probably used the hell out of it. So good for you. Good for you. Now that's the Shure. That's the Shure mic you got there now.
Yes, it is. That's the Shure SM7B. Yeah.
Yeah, it's either one or the other, and that's it right there.
I cleaned everything up now, Nick. I mean, it's base minimum, bare bones. I've got one of those Rodecaster boards. A lot different than the old studio.
Yes. It's also sad because those Rodecaster boards came out shortly after, we kind of demised our situation there in that room, which got really ugly for me later on. Shortly after we stopped doing what we were doing, I was pretty much thrown out of that location there.
Oh, you were? Now you're just doing it online, right?
Yeah, doing it online, so I can do it from anywhere, and I do. I'm usually in the bathroom. I'm teaching my class.
That's better. No pants.
Exactly. Well, I've never ever worn pants online, so it's like and it's a lot of years now. It's like almost 6 years now, right?
Ever since the beginning, never wore pants in class.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know if I even own any.
He's got called. Mike, let me ask Mike a question real quick. Mike, you still have a bunch of stuff prepared for the show tonight, right?
Yes, I do. I was going to tell. Next thing rolled up here is the Cecil, however you want to pronounce it, hotel.
So does two things. One, Nick, do you know about the Cecil Hotel story? And whether you do or not, do you have any spooky stories that you can share with us?
Not offhand, but I don't want to interrupt Mike as well. I was actually scared about coming on, I didn't want to step on his stories that he had. I've heard of the Cecil Hotel, but I haven't heard his story, so I'd be very interested to hear him. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, let's let Mike take us into the Cecil Hotel, and Nick, you can stay with us and comment. And
I appreciate it.
Let me first kind of describe, where this hotel is, a little bit about its background. It's tucked into downtown Los Angeles. It's a 19-floor hotel, 700 rooms. Kind of got like a kind of a bland exterior. I think you might have a picture, Ryan, that I sent. But it's kind of also now. Back in the day, it was built in the 20s, but now it's kind of in that. Now that area is turned into kind of a Skid Row area.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's kind of. Yeah. See if you can do the front of it. Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
So basically, the Cecil opened up during the boom days of the Roaring 20s. So there was a lot of high hopes for success. However, with the stock market crash in 1929, the depression hurt everywhere, especially downtown Los Angeles, where the Cecil was located. And so kind of that area went super downhill after World War II. And the Cecil kind of became known as a cheap home of vagrants, criminals, the underserved elderly, kind of like a last resort for lost souls.
Yeah.
So throughout when this kind of the weird stuff started happening throughout the 40s and through the 60s, there was a lot of suicides that happened at that hotel. Wow. And a lot of people died from gunshots, razor blades, hanging, Some people flung themselves from the rooftop.
Is this
Even
was American Horror Story influenced by this?
I think there was an episode reading the look, kind of doing the research that was based on the hotel. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So actually, one jumper even landed on and killed a pedestrian on the sidewalk below during a suicide.
Wow. Talk about
Another incident: an unstable woman threw a newborn baby out the window. I don't know if the baby survived. I never got that deep in the research. But another darker link is, you guys heard of Richard Ramirez?
Oh, of course.
He was a Night Stalker, serial killer. He lived in the hotel for weeks during his murder spree in the mid-'80s.
Wow.
Known as the Night Stalker, convicted of the old lucky number of 13 murders. A lot of paranormal stuff and a lot of negative energy with that hotel.
It's kind of almost ironic because you hear stories like this and they're usually very isolated historical accounts, but I don't mean to make this humorous, but there's a lot of stories like this in New York and Los Angeles and Tucson, where I lived, and other parts of the country, where this seems to be like a common thing in cities today, just in general. A lot of murder, a lot of crazy people doing crazy things and turning the city into a cesspit. There were several places like this just in Tucson alone when I was living there. Seems like the evil is spreading, Mike.
Yeah, it's weird. I think you're right. There's a lot of places like this, a lot of dark energy. People on the paranormal side said there's portals. You had one kind of famous psychic. Her name is Sloan Bella. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of her. She's got a YouTube channel. She's actually kind of well regarded and actually kind of vetted, because she's talked about things that have come to pass, i.e. Diddy, i.e. The Jay-Z stuff, a lot of different other things. She seems, you can make your own judgments or look her up, but her name is Sloan Bella. She talked about the Cecil Hotel because of a instance that happened there that kind of made the news a little bit. And I'll talk about that briefly here, but I also have a video to share of this instance. And this is something that happened in 2013. There was a 21-year-old student from Vancouver. Her name was Elsa or Elisa Lamb. So Elise Lamb. Sorry, Elise Lamb. So she was staying at the hotel because the hotel during that time in 2013 was offering a section of the hotel for hostel-like accommodations to foreign tourists and students. So they actually had an area where you could, for foreign students and tourists, where they could stay. It was kind of a low-cost, low-room, single-room occupancy kind of situation. So I guess that's kind of triggered her to go there. Although Sloan said that this particular woman was hearing voices in her head because she was a targeted individual, and she was almost kind of coaxed into going to this hotel because of voices in her head.
That sounds like Aaron Alexis, that Naval Yard shooter back in 2013. He said the same thing. He actually went from hotel to hotel trying to get away from the voices. That's in the police report.
Yeah. So she and she brought that up, which is, there's more, and we'll get into the facts of the case too. But the video that we'll show in a little bit here. Oh, so what did someone say there?
Someone in the chat, cool channel name, said Cecil, a given name of Latin origin meaning blind, sixth, derived from the Roman clan name Cecilius.
Interesting.
Did not know that.
Interesting.
So what I'm going to show a little later after I get done talking here of a video of Elsa in the elevator looking quite frazzled, weird. But again, with this video, it made its way around the internet in 2013. But again, the whole video is not shown, right? So you're only seeing this, which makes sense because Sloan talked about this too. But you're so when you get into the story, you're so kind of mystified that you're looking at this video and you forget to yourself, okay, well, where's the rest of it? Has this been edited in any other way? Right. So when I show the video, we'll talk about it, but it's a good point to make. You don't know who might have cut some things out of this video to make it look so strange and bizarre. You know what I'm saying?
Was that an elevator in at the Cecil Hotel?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm surprised you actually haven't seen this video, Nick. I thought this was a pretty big story, wasn't it, Mike?
Yeah, it was a pretty big story because of the way I'm not done talking about it, but the way that she was found. So anyway, she was reported missing the time that she was staying at the hotel.
Right.
By the middle of the month, building occupants reported instances of low water pressure, as well as odorous water. The water smelled really bad. So this is super morbid. So the maintenance workers went up to the hotel roof where the water tank was, and that's where they found her body.
Okay, this story is coming back now because there's so many new shows on right now with William Shatner and a few other famous people, excuse me, who are doing similar shows and or at least on that type of stuff. And I did hear the story because I remember the water.
The question is, who tells it better, Shatner or Mike?
What is it?
I said, who tells it better, Shatner or Mike?
Oh, Mike, of course. Absolutely. Because,
Yeah, I don't have that great voice or the inflections of Mr. Shatner, but
he probably has it right now as well. So not to worry. He's getting up there in years, yeah. But
you guys have better voices than I do. Plus, I'm talking. My microphone is a Dixie cup, so that's how I'm living.
And that's all it is. It's these microphones that make it sound good. That's all. That's why I had to get mine out. So
yeah, I should stick that under my name: Ryan Gable, sure SM7B, Nick Cariotti, RE20, Mike D, Dixie Cup.
So you gotta be careful. That's how you get your nickname around here. That's it. You might be Dixie Cup from this point on.
Mike D Dixie Cup. So
Mike, you need a Blue Yeti microphone, the little USB plug. It's like $80. Plug it into your computer.
Yeah, yeah. Let me get I need a new water heater for my house first. Let me get that.
Yeah.
So anyway, the surveillance video from the elevator shows the young woman in distress. She enters the elevator. She starts pressing multiple buttons. She starts peering in and out of the elevator as if she's being pursued. She's gesturing wildly if she's having like conversations with somebody or a bunch of people.
Right.
And then also, her cell phone was never found. So, or like at least the police have never released that it was found. Looking into the case, I don't think that the cell phone was ever found, which is bizarre. I don't think a ghost or a demon would steal your cell phone. No. But I'm thinking like I'm going in the instance of Sloan that this was some type of she's saying that this was some type of targeted individual ritual like murder, also sexual assault, I think, by a group of people. But you guys can talk about it. Let me load up the elevator video and then I will share my screen.
Yeah, and while you do that, I'll ask Nick if he's ever heard of the elevator game, because people in the chat have been asking me, do you know about the elevator game?
The name sounds familiar. I don't know if I ever paid attention to it, but please enlighten me.
Yeah, the elevator game. I actually also had forgotten about this until someone in the chat, several people in the chat brought this up. It's kind of like one of those online challenges.
Mm-hmm.
So you go by yourself, you get on an elevator alone, you press the floors in order from 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, and 5. There might be different versions of it, but you're supposed to press the numbers in that order.
Right.
And then when you get to the 5th floor, the final one, if a woman gets onto the elevator, you're not supposed to talk to her or look at her. You're supposed to turn away from her. And then you're supposed to go back down to floor 1. It's kind of complicated, I think. And if you go to if you click 1 and it goes to floor 10, then you're supposed to get off. And I guess sometimes this happens, and it's almost like you're supposed to enter another world or another part of the building that's like almost like another level in a video game. Yeah. I've heard it described in different ways. I don't know if I'm describing it the best way, but it's kind of like a creepy online challenge.
Right. Yeah, Yeah, it leaves you on the 13th floor or something, right? So that's something that doesn't even exist.
Exactly. Some buildings don't have 13th
Oh yeah,
floors. Do they?
absolutely, exactly. For a lot of
I think
good
it's
reasons. Mm-hmm.
I think it's 4 over here in Asia. I think there's not. I think it's 4 because in Japanese, 4 is. I think it's the same. Maybe the same kanji too. It's the same word for death.
Mm-hmm.
So let me try to think about that. Hold on. Ichi, ni, san, yon. Yeah, I think it's the same. There's 2 different words for the number 4. So yeah, they don't have. Some places don't have 4th floors in Asia,
Very
but in the West,
it's a combination of numbers that they would punch into the elevator, and then if somebody gets on at that after that, then you're not supposed to look at them or talk to them. What's the combination if I want to have sex with that girl that comes onto the elevator? Is there?
That's 6969.
There it is. Okay, of course.
Different floor.
I should have known that too. That's not.
It's not coming back. It's not coming back to you.
I hope you don't mind me degrading your show just a little bit. I'm sure you guys haven't had this kind of degradation in a while. So,
oh no, we talked about David Wilcock. So
okay, all right. I figured you were keeping it too clean, so I was figuring you need a little dirt here somewhere.
You wanted to lowbrow it a little. That's okay. I've done that in the past lots also.
There you go.
Yeah, actually, I think the first time I ever lowbrowed it was a recent show where Mike was. It was our Stanley Kubrick show. I was the lowbrow guy, and you were the presenter on that show. We mixed it up a little bit.
Yes. Yes. I wouldn't say lowbrow. That's. All right. Let's see. So I am sharing.
Being the Joker.
I am sharing my screen. Can you see an elevator?
I am holding it up now. I have to remove this.
And I actually found the video that's 4K. So. It's the best kind of footage.
This is the actual elevator.
Yeah, this is an elevator. This is the only part they ever released. So this is what we're seeing. I don't think there's any sound to it, but I'm going to hit play right now and see.
Wow. Now, if I was in that elevator, you'd have to call a janitor when I left.
Now, does she press one button or does she press? Oh, she presses multiple buttons. So she was playing the elevator game. It appears.
She's pressing, yeah.
So people that can't see this is from the Cecil Hotel elevator feed that's pretty famous. It's been in documentaries and it's been on TV, I think, as well. Yeah, it does appear that she's playing the elevator game.
Yeah.
It's creepy just to watch it, especially because there's no sound.
Yeah.
She makes a pretty erratic gesture too, doesn't she? As if she's
yeah,
talking.
I'm gonna say right now, to me, it seems like there's people to the left and people to the right of that floor that she's conversating with right now.
Right.
And then she kind of jumps out of the elevator and is standing, apparently talking to people, maybe not. Back in the elevator, back out of the elevator, to the left.
Why isn't the door closing?
I don't know. She pressed a lot of buttons.
Right.
But it still should have closed by now, unless every time she walks out, it resets. I don't know. Obviously, not everybody can see this, so that's why I'm trying to describe it to the audio-only listeners. She's standing outside of the elevator door now. Is this entire video the elevator feed, Mike?
I believe it is.
And now she goes back in the elevator and she's going to proceed to press, it appears, either every button or every other button on the elevator. This might be even more spooky because there isn't sound.
Now this is not the girl that wound up in the water tower, right?
It is.
It is.
Yeah, it seems like she's talking to somebody.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And not somebody from this dimension.
Nope, that's the 13th floor, Nick.
Right.
Or the 4th floor.
So supposedly from the psychic, and we'll hear from her too, I've got that loaded up, is that she is a targeted individual. So she's talking with people here, humans, right, to the left and to the right of her, but also hearing voices in her head at the same time. So that's why she's
Gotcha.
Acting very strange.
You know, her body movements are almost like, you ever play The Sims on the PC?
No.
You play The Sims and it's like a real life, real world simulator. You have to build houses and take care of the people. And
Right.
yeah. But when they're distressed and they act, you could look it up online, like a sim being distressed and the way that their body movements are. It kind of looks like that. She's clearly not all there. Something's happening. Maybe a mental breakdown, like Joe said in the chat. Maybe she's hearing voices like Mike talked about. There, the elevator door just closed finally.
Yeah.
So then, Mike, she gets back on the elevator.
And then I just opened again.
Wow.
No, I think that's it.
It's going down the different floors. So she got off
she's
of it.
Gone.
She didn't even ride it. Didn't even ride the elevator.
Yeah, she got off of it. This is where she got off, and then looks like she went left, right?
Yeah, it appears that she went left. We don't know because the door closed, but it looks like she went left.
I mean, do we even know if she's communicating with say people? Do we even know if her English is very good, and maybe that's why she's kind of making those gestures too? I don't know.
Maybe.
And she goes off to the left, and then that's it.
Is this still an ongoing investigation?
I don't
it
know.
Was, and it was. No, it wasn't. I think it's a closed case. And they're not really somehow. I think they said that it ended up that they said it was a suicide. She went up to the water tower.
Yeah, but it was
somehow
locked.
somehow got up there, got up to a locked water tower room, and drowned herself in the water tank.
Was it locked when they found her?
I don't know. Don't know.
Yeah, that'd be good to know.
Let me double check on that, Mike. We'll do an investigation here on the show. What was the girl's name? Mike?
Muted myself. So last name Lam, Lam. First name Elisa.
Okay. I'm going to look it up. Unless somebody knows.
You're going to get a bunch of stuff, so
let's see if we can find it here. Unless somebody in the chat knows.
Somebody in the chat's calling her Lamb with a B at the end, but I don't believe that's what it is. That's not the Asian version.
1,000-gallon locked access. Yeah, I believe it was locked according to this report. So she killed herself, put herself in the water tank, and then locked it after she died.
If it locks from the inside.
Yeah, that sounds like a Warren Commission finding or a 9/11 report finding. This doesn't make any sense at all, but that's the official story, a Kennedy assassination story. Yes, cool channel name, Lambs to the Slaughter. Okay, so Mike, do you have anything else on this? Do you have any other photographs or anything else that you wanted to share about the story?
I do have a little bit of Sloan talking about it. It's a Halloween show. Why not have a psychic, right? I mean, whether you believe it or not, it fits with the theme of the show. So
before you play that, or if you want to load that up. So we've got maybe 14 minutes. So we can either do the 14 minutes and say goodbye, or we could do the next hour and make the show a total 3-hour show. Do you want to do another hour, Mike?
Yes, I can do an hour, but I'm gonna need a little bit of help because the next after this would be the Black Eyed Kids.
Yes.
And then I don't have anything after that. But if
I have stuff.
Okay.
Yep, I've got some surveys about paranormal experiences and the differences between what people see in the U.S. as opposed to over here in Japan. So perspective and things like that are really interesting when we talk about how people see things.
Ryan's always got stuff.
I've always got stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about
missing stuff, bad stuff. Remember that George Carlin bit about stuff? He's like, now you got stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
Stuff over here, stuff over there. You ever realize that? So you ever think about how your stuff or your shit is stuff and other people's stuff is shit? All right, Mike, if you want to do that.
let me load that. Give me 1 second here.
So in the chat room, Ben said her name is Lam, Lam, not Lamb. Her surname, I'm as Chinese, it means blue. I don't know the Chinese for blue. I'm assuming that they're correct.
All right, let's listen to this pretty lady talk about the case.
Do you want me to pull it up on the screen? Yeah, I know who this girl is.
I'm sharing right now, so let me know when you're ready to play.
Well, yeah, let me bring it up. But is she going to hit me with a copyright violation or something?
No.
I think I'm friends with her on Facebook. I think.
No, she won't. And we're only going to use a little part of this.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to say this, I'm going to come right out and say it because this is what I got and I was trying to put the pieces together and I was writing it down and I didn't know if I should say it, but I'm going to say it. The energy around that hotel, for many, many years, people disappear from around that hotel. People have instances happen, people around the hotel. There's an energetic vortex that is used around that hotel for predatory people in positions of power who need to utilize this energy in order to do whatever it is they're going to do. With Elisa Lam, I feel like she was led out of the elevator. She most certainly is seeing somebody in that video where you see her and she looks kind of crazy when she's in the video because her hands are moving and she steps in and steps out. It is the voice, the targeted voice, targeted at her, that's encouraging her to step out of the hotel elevators. So she's looking to see what's happening. And she sees the skateboarding guy around the corner out of camera or on camera. And is that why the film is missing? Because this kid is somebody's kid. And that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing this kid is somebody's kid. Now, he's almost 30 in his looks to me, so he's not really a kid. However, he's somebody's kid.
Let me do some context because you don't get confused on the skateboarding part. I think what she's mentioning is that she met a gentleman or the skateboard kid in the lobby and was kind of talking with him the days before this incident happened because she stayed at the hotel for a couple days. And while she was going in and out, she kind of made friends with this individual that that's who she's talking about.
And power. And then she flashes my mind right to a guy in his, I'm going to say mid 60s, and he's wearing a light colored, like grayish blue suit. His belly kind of sticks out like this, and there's a bunch of people walking behind him. So he's a protected man in society. And I don't know if he's in our society in Los Angeles or he comes from somewhere else, but this person is a protected man. This is why the film is missing. The kid that I'm seeing stays in that hotel, although he looks cleaned up and doesn't look homeless. He has a raging drug problem, but he has money to do it. So he doesn't really have to like get down and dirty and homeless and, out on the street. He's got money. He's got a shitload of money. He dresses casual. He's got groove to him. So he's got street cred and groove. He's kind of sexy looking. So I can see where a young girl would be like, yeah, he's cool. His appearance to me, and this will sound weird, he's a shorter version of like John Kennedy Jr. kind of looking kid. That hair, that style, but just not as tall as him. So he's a shorter version of that. And he's kind of smooth talking, but he is a raging drug addict. And I'm seeing him, he does these drugs. He likes to shoot up. He does things like this. I don't think that's the only thing he does. And I don't think he's doing that like 24/7. But it's part of who he is. He's a party kid. Now, as I focus on his energy, she shows me him, not he shows me him. I believe he's still alive. He's in the party circuit and he's hooked up with people that we would consider well-known. So when he goes to the party circuit, he totally looks different. He puts on like weird makeup. He dresses differently. So he's kind of like...
So he shows up at the Portland protests, I guess.
Wait, the same person who's supposedly at the hotel. I can't really follow what this woman's saying. I don't trust many psychics.
So she's saying that this kid that this Lamb lady made friends with is the kid's father is well connected, right? And this kid that he lives at, he's a druggie, but he's got money and he lived at the hotel during this time. So that's the energy that she's picking up on.
Wow.
Was it Hunter Biden?
So now she's saying that this kid also goes to this party circuit and dresses up weird. That's why I thought maybe he shows up at the Portland protests dressed up. But
a couple things I just want to mention about just an observation here. The first thing I want to mention is that this lady here that you just had on, kind of hot, huh? Right? Yeah. All right, just want to put it out there.
Dragging it down.
That's right, bring it down. And I did really appreciate the Jimi Hendrix poster in the back of her room there. She did a little bit more decor work than I have done.
Glad to know your eyes were up, Nick.
Oh, they were everywhere. They were everywhere. I was looking for spirits floating around her room a little bit.
I thought her mouth was too big. I don't know. It threw me out of it a little bit.
We got time. Since we have time, let's listen to what she says here. If it gets too much, I'll cut it off.
You can play this and comment. I'm going to pull a Corey Good, and I need to go to the restroom real fast.
Yes.
This morning, so I'm going to pull a Corey Good and just dip out.
Glam rock from the 70s or 80s. That's what the makeup looks like to me. So it's that in between that, I don't know, like you're dressing up for a rave and you're a character kind of person. He does this. This is a side and a separate. She's showing me that. And she's showing me that right now because I didn't get that before. And he dresses up separately like this. And then he goes to rooms, the cigarette, he does smoke, the cigarette, and there was a cigarette found by her body too at the bottom of the tank. Not in the tank, outside the tank. And I don't know if they ran DNA. Just heard that right now. Dropped a cigarette, but then maybe a lot of people go up there and smoke on the roof because you can't smoke in the hotel. I don't know. I don't know what the laws were like back then. Because this is seven years ago, or almost 7 years ago. Okay, so he's a club kid. He's got a predilection for crazy shit. He likes to choke women. He likes to twist things around their neck. And he's involved, and I'm going to come right out and say it again. He's involved kind of in an occultist family from what I'm seeing, meaning he is a child raised in an occultist family where they practice all of this kind of thing.
Everyone knows meditation apps exist. But did you know you can listen to the sound of your actual birth chart?
Oh, really? Thank you.
A person who partakes in ritual and things like this, and also sexual deviance to the point of extreme. I'm not saying like if you do a little choking or a little whatever, you're a deviant. I'm saying he practices it to the point where the people die, and that's a little bit extreme. He does stuff like this, and it's done in the sense of, I was raised like this. His family's kicked him out, but they supply him with money because they don't want to draw attention from him to them. So nobody really knows about him right now. So this leads me to believe that his father, the man in the suit with the light hair, a white Caucasian guy, kind of a gray blue suit on and a belly here, so chubby dude, is from a different city, different state, and is political in that sense because they keep him in Los Angeles, the kid, and the family is elsewhere, so the connection is not made. In other words, if the family were in Los Angeles and the kid were in Los Angeles, then we know whose kid is kid because it's a small town. This is different. So this is to me, political or person who has stature in society over here in a different state, and then the son is here. The son does this stuff. Now, there are people watching him and there are people encouraging him. This, to me, is a ritual killing. I know I'm saying it. I know what y'all are thinking. I never thought it before, but I'm going to straight out say it. This girl was murdered for the witness of others in order to prove a point, to say something, to say, see here, it's done. I don't think the murder was about her. I don't think she did anything. I'm going to use the word targeted individual. She was targeted for her features, for her ethnicity, for her joy, for her happiness, and the fact that she was intuitive and she could kind of see what they were doing. She was on some level gang stalked for 5-6 months before this happened.
So my viewpoint on this is that I don't trust any kind of psychic type observations simply because, and I agree with what some people in the chat are saying, it seems too generalized to me, and anybody could say and do exactly what this woman is doing. So do you have a response to that?
I'm going to agree with most psychics to me are hard to believe also, but there are some that have a special gift. I think she's one of them because she's been around for a long time, which doesn't really make it so. But some of the things that she said in the past, her past videos have come to fruition of what she's seen. So, yeah, again, I agree. Also, you have to take things with a degree of, with a grain of salt. Yeah. So to me, what this really is to me is just a theory that has some validity to me as a theory. Not saying that what she's saying is true because I don't know how she was murdered. Of course, I don't. Yeah. But to say that this was kind of like, how that girl ended up in the water tank is bizarre. How the police did not question people if the rest of the video was cut where she's actually talking to people and not like other people say like she's talking to ghosts, which I personally don't believe. I believe she was talking with people. Again, the cigarette, which she said, I don't know if that's 100% true. I haven't seen that. But
did you notice the way she was moving her hands in kind of a bizarre way? For me, I felt like, well, she could have been on ecstasy. Who knows? She might have just been high. Who knows? Seriously, how she was moving and stuff like that.
Yeah, or they might have actually. If Sloan is correct on saying that this is type of ritual murder, who's to say that she wasn't type of like drugged beforehand?
Sure. And if you don't mind me chiming in, coming from a person who's done a lot of partying on rooftops before, I've got a lot of theories as to how she wound up in that water tank.
He used to tell me these stories about he used to get naked in water tanks at hotels.
Exactly. That's the first place I would have went to. A, go to the bathroom. B, meet up with a girl that no one's going to bother us while we do whatever we do floating in there. She might have just been floating around, just getting that little isolated moment and then realize she was trapped or stuck. I would still like to know if there was a lock on the outside or did it just maybe get jammed on the inside? Did she have a ladder or something she can grab onto and hold herself? Or did she have to tread water for an hour or two and then just drown from there? We don't really know.
I would like to know if there was sexual assault with her body after
what if you can tell if the body's been in the water for a long time, if you could tell if there's been sexual assault?
Yeah, that gets a little worse too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works, but I think they could or they could not be able to do that, but there might be other clues too. So yeah. Again, this is a Halloween show, so people don't get your panties all bunched up. This is just this is a psychic that we're sharing just to have some fun. So don't get too riled up here, folks.
Did you hear that, Ryan? Take it easy, man. I saw you over there under your name. You said that. What a nut. I don't even think Mike caught that. He was throwing his little innuendos about this girl. We were having a serious debate here.
I'll agree with Nick for like kind of an older woman. She is hot.
She's hot. Yeah. And who's going to debate a girl with about her big mouth? When she's cute. When she's a good looking girl, that big mouth is good. That's an okay thing.
How
I live Tyler, right? Mm-hmm.
I'm on the spectrum, and I'd debate it. I would definitely debate it.
I do want to say one thing. I
don't think Sydney Sweeney's that attractive. That'll start a firestorm.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. I just want to say one thing about psychics. I agree. The majority of them are jumping on the bandwagon and trying to pull out powers they have or don't have. I don't know, but I do realize that there are a couple out there that seem extremely talented. So first of all, there's that guy. His first name is Tyler. He's on Netflix right now, but he's got his own show, the Afterlife or something like that. And let me tell you, I mean, he's been vetted many times. People try to prove him a liar and stuff, and what he comes up with and he says is so spot on with everyone. He's rarely ever wrong, and even the biggest skeptics say that he's the real deal. So it does have to exist to a certain degree if you think about it. But I don't think there are that many out there that have that talent.
I like her theories because she ties in like a cult aspects of it.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's interesting,
Mm-hmm.
Mike, I'm getting a slight echo from you now suddenly.
Hold on.
Do an old Art Bell. Sir, is your radio off? Turn your radio off.
Yeah, I turned mine off before. I think my mic is set on something weird through my board where it's like that sensor that blocks out outside noise, so it kind of like comes on and off a little bit, a little late, a little early, that type of thing. Yeah.
Got a gate.
Am I still echoing or am I all right?
Noise gain.
I don't know. Speak again, Mike.
Testing.
No, we're getting a really weird echo. That's strange.
It's a Halloween show.
There you go.
Let me.
It's what we were looking for.
Let me dip out and I'll dip back in.
Well, let me remove you. Hold on. Let me remove you.
Yeah, remove me.
All right, Mike's gone. Back. Mike's back.
Nope, he's back.
Well, maybe it might be your
pumpkin.
Nick.
The pumpkin rind is great.
Yeah, you like the pumpkin? That's my
very
Halloween
good.
decoration.
For the host of the show's cubicle there, or what?
That's the most Halloween decoration I'll do.
Get closer to the Dixie cup.
Yeah. Are you? Get closer to the Dixie cup.
Let me. I'm gonna remove myself, then get back on.
Okay.
Well, if it keeps doing this, then maybe it's Nick, or who knows? Maybe it's me.
I'm gonna leave studio.
All right, and come back.
I'll be back.
Leave Studio A. Come in through Studio B.
We won't lock the door this time.
That's right. That's right.
Check. Maybe I'm still getting an echo. Maybe it is on your side, Nick. I don't know. Huh, that's weird. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely getting an echo. Hold it. Maybe it's me. Let me.
You never know.
Yeah, that's strange. We haven't had any problems till you showed up. So
Right? Yeah, no, it's true. And I've been getting this little thing come up on my screen telling me that the bandwidth is limited or something. I might be taking up too much space. I've done that before. When I enter a room, I just take up too much space.
Yeah, I remember the old real estate days. Yeah,
that's right.
Mike, are you back?
I am.
Yeah, we're still getting an echo. It might be Nick. He said he's having bandwidth issues.
Yeah.
Nick, can you go out and come back in?
Bandwidth or waistband? Wait a second.
Both.
Yes.
Can you leave and come back and see if that fixes it?
Me? You want me to leave and come back?
Come back.
I was lucky to get on here the first time, but I'll give it a try.
Mike's not going to lock the door on you this time.
Listen, if you don't ever see me again, check the water cooler. Okay, just check that tank up on the roof.
Well, if your waistband's expanding, you might not fit into the water cooler.
That's right. Okay, let's see here. I got to find a button that says click off.
I got one that says fuck off. I can click that
there
one.
You go.
It's the red one button. Leave studio.
Okay. The one that says live?
Here, I can kick you, and then you can click the link again.
Kick me off, and I'll try to get back on. Okay, let's see what happens. All right.
Nick's gone.
He infected the show.
He infected the show with his echo. All right, I guess Nick was the problem. I'm sorry, Mike. I assumed it was you because when you were talking, it was echoing. Anyway, we're going into hour number 3. So
how dare you? I'd like to finish up Sloan though, from what she says.
How much more of it is left? Because
it's like a minute.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, and then when Nick comes back, we'll bring him back on.
Let me share my screen.
We got Black-Eyed Kids after this, and then I've got some paranormal surveys to look at. You are listening to The Secret Teachings. If you did not know that, we are live tonight, October 30th, 2025. For those of you in audio form only, you've missed a lot of the visuals for tonight's show, but I hope that the audio only was good enough that you didn't need visuals to try to explain things that we're showing on the screen. This is a audio show primarily, almost exclusively. We only do the video shows as a treat for this Halloween, and also a treat every Friday for people that support the show Monday through Friday to keep us on air. tstradio.info is our website. rdgable@yahoo.com is the email. You can see the links below in the show description. Below the, well, if you're on YouTube, I don't know about X or Facebook. If you're in the audio archive, you can find the links in the show description below as well. Please buy me a coffee. Please continue to listen to the free show that supports us. Subscribe, grab a copy of one of my books, etc., etc. Okay, it looks like we have Nick back. Nick, are you still there?
I'm here. Any better on the voice?
Sounds. Yeah, it sounds a little bit better now. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna finish up on Sloan here. I think it's a minute left.
I've got no sound, Mike. I've just got weird audio. Hold on. Go ahead, play it.
the voices, the guides, were targeting her to do what they needed her to do in a ritualistic sense. And that is what I'm getting with her. That's how I'm going to end this one. I'm going to end it with, she was a targeted individual who was gang stalked before it was a modern day term. Unbeknownst to her, she felt she was getting intuitive insight about how she could be guided and what she could do. I'm going to say the kid's father might be political technology because of the technology connection. And whoever she met in San Diego, that person seems to have come out of a military family. That's what the starchness is. And I don't know if he was there to check or to check on her or whatever it was, but it was in a ritual sense. There was of purpose. The kid that actually did the killing, and there was rape involved in this. I know they say there wasn't, but there was. I mean, I don't actually know what they say with the body because I believe they changed the scenario several times. And so when you see Elisa walking out of the elevator and you see her moving around and looking like she's like crazy or drunk or high, she's not. They've done something with the actual tape of what happens. You can't see the people because it's been politically covered up and the money connection has been covered up. Okay, so once again, my name is Sloan from sloanbella.com.
All right. Well, that's a theory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you? What else do you have now, Mike? You've got black-eyed children.
Yes. Yes, I do. Hold on one second here.
Now,
I think
now,
I
Nick,
sent. Go
what
ahead.
do you know about black-eyed children, Nick? And yes, you did send me you sent me a photograph, just a standard photograph you can find on the
Yeah,
internet.
I thought it just might be, something to show while we're talking about.
Something visual.
Oh wow.
Black-eyed children. So what do you know about black-eyed kids, Nick? And Mike, what did you know too after Nick answers? What did you know before you researched?
Well, I knew a little bit about this case because I researched it a while ago. I think I saw it on some paranormal show, and I was kind of interested. But the first case, which we'll talk about, is kind of what they showed, and it got my interest because this guy, again, never wavered on his experience. And this
like
kind
Lizard
of
Man story.
Yeah, this kind of set the tone for the whole black-eyed kind of resurgence because this happened. His experience happened in 1996. But I know, Ryan, I know you have some theories on the black-eyed kids because I know you've done shows on them too. So what's your thought on it?
Well, let me get Nick's thought, and then I'll give you my viewpoint.
My thought is that he doesn't look like a demon or anything like that. He looks more like an alien. For me, it just seems like this stems back from an alien look or something that comes from an alien breed, and this is part human, part alien.
Yeah, Nick, this is the stock footage, though. It's not anything that was connected to the thing. It's it's actually probably AI generated. It just kind of shows kind of like
just to give you an idea.
Yeah, just to give you an idea. Put it in your brain a little bit.
Sure.
So I think that, well, first of all, these stories go back to the 80s and 90s, probably some version of them that go back even further. And I've always wondered if they have anything to do with the old stories of changelings in Western Europe, especially in what we call the UK now. I wonder if there's anything to do with changelings, these little kids that have sometimes different eyes. They have very dry skin. They act very strange. They don't really seem human because they're fairy children. So I always wondered if it had something to do with that. When we think about black eyes in regard to religious iconography, that usually indicates someone's possessed, as opposed to if they have all white eyes, that means that their soul is gone and the body is void. Like it's a vessel, there's nothing inside of it. It can be filled with a spirit. So sometimes there's confusion between black and white eyes. So from like a demonic possessive point of view, there's that. Then there's the idea that people are, if not possessed, they're under the influence of something that is possessing, if you will, and that usually transforms some physical component of the person. So you might have heard people like David Icke and others talk about how they've been in the presence of very powerful people that don't really act human. Your Peter Thiels, your Elon Musks, your Bill Gates, people like that. And they sometimes seem to have transformations of the eyes. But In my personal opinion, I think that like the objective logical way I would describe it is kids that probably have very dark brown eyes, and a lot of these sightings are at night. And anytime you're dealing with children, it's pretty creepy if you read the stories of kids just showing up at your door and it's not Halloween and they're not trick or treating and they ask you, "Can we use your phone? Can we use your bathroom?" And they don't really act like they're lost or that they're looking for, their parents or something. They're just the random kids that come out in the middle of the night and come to your door and say, "We want to come in your house." It probably freaks people out. You don't really know what you're seeing. It's again partly already or usually already dark out. They probably have dark brown eyes anyway, and so they look black. That could be at least. I'm not saying that's the explanation. I'm saying that's an explanation, not but an explanation. But they are also described. This is where I like the lore of it and the mythos of it. They are described as tending to dress strangely, which I guess that is also kind of subjective to the place that these kids are being seen. Like, for example, if you read stories of these kids back in like maybe the 70s or the 80s, people dressed a lot differently back then. And so maybe if these kids, well, I don't know what that sound was, but maybe if these kids were seen today, they might dress more like we do today, or maybe in whatever supernatural sense they appear, maybe they always dress differently than the time period. So that relates them to Men in Black, like Ingrid Cold from the Mothman story, where they dress in suits. They dress in not just suits, but suits that seem out of time, like old 1930s or 1940s suits. They don't really seem to fit in. They wear that, I think it's usually a fedora. They might be seen driving these old, like, I don't know, old black Cadillacs, something like that. And the black-eyed kids are kind of like a child version of the Men in Black. A lot of times they're seen alongside of UFO sightings, so people think that maybe they're aliens. So I'm just trying to cover the whole spectrum of possibilities here. And if people ask me what my opinion is on the BEK, then that's what my opinion is. I like to look at the entire thing and try to explain every angle to it that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So that's it's BEK, not BK. BEK.
Not BTK, blind torture kill.
BEK, the Becks. These are Becks. And they're usually young boys. I think there are some girls, but I've heard that they're usually young boys. I don't know if that, it certainly does play into the significance of the phenomena, whatever it might be.
But would you say that the majority of the films or movies that had portrayed kids with black eyes like this were mainly leaning towards alien type of things, or not necessarily?
I don't know. It depends. You'd have to give me an example. I know in the X-Files, Project Purity, that alien virus and the oil. When there's kids in the show that are possessed by it, and they have that black substance in their eyes. They're also hybrid children. That's part of the X-Files story, the hybrid program. So in the case of the X-Files, it's like it's alien, but maybe in other stories, it's maybe there's somebody in the chat said vampires. That could very well be the case.
I see one of your listeners had said something about Children of the Corn, but I don't recall that in that movie that they had black eyes. Did they have black eyes in Children of the Corn?
I don't think so, but that one kid did look a whole lot like Ben Shapiro. He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you one other opinion, one other perspective, is that if you were to say that these kids, let's say, dressed strange because they dressed like in suits or something, and that's bizarre because people don't dress like that anymore.
Right.
It's perspective and it's culture, because if over here in Japan, if someone came to your door dressed in a suit and they were a kid, that would not be abnormal because every kid here dresses in suits. So it's a matter of perspective based on the place or the culture that you see something like this.
Sure.
Just as a separate side note, I think that's important to point out.
Yeah. Awesome.
Mike, are you still there? I know I tend to ramble on, but
I am still here. I'm still here. So I guess the case that I kind of want to talk about happened in 1996. The guy's name is Brian Bethel. He was a journalist from Albadine, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And in his report, I'll give you the scenario of what happened to him. He described a late evening in his vehicle. He stopped in a parking lot near a movie theater to write a check. And people are like, what? To write a check? Yeah, this is 1996. So, and this is his story. So he was absorbed in writing this check, kind of chilling out in this parking lot. He didn't notice two young boys approach his car. And he didn't really notice at all until the one of the boys tapped on the driver's side window. And so Brian rolled the window down, not all the way, but halfway. And he immediately felt a sense of fear.
Yeah, usually I would too. Usually when people tap on your window, they say, "Can I get $1?"
Exactly.
And I often give them one too.
Nick does.
It's kind of the run of the mill for these paranormal experiences where people feel immediately fear, like gut wrenching fear. We talked about that during some of the Dogman witnesses, where they feel this immense fear come over them before they even witness the Dogman or the Bigfoot or whatever it is. So it's not unusual for that kind to happen, and maybe these creatures have the ability to give off that frequency that makes you feel so afraid. I don't know. Again, it's a theory.
They call that scopophasia, I think. It's the feeling that somebody's watching you, and it can be described scientifically as what we would probably call, in the more paranormal community, I guess it's like an expression of your sixth sense or your intuition. Like, there's a scientific explanation as well for those types of things. Intuition's a real thing. You really do have instincts and intuitions. Those are two separate things, but you do have instincts, intuition, and scopophasia might explain why people tend to feel that way. It's like a predator sense in more slang terms. You feel like something is there. It might be a lion, it might be a tiger, it might be a bear, it might be Nick Cariotti, who knows, but it's something watching you.
Yeah. So this is a gut wrenching fear that he had. So he said that the older boy said that he and his brother wanted to catch a movie, but forgot their money at home, and could Brian give them a ride? And they told him it wouldn't take long. They were just two kids. They don't have a gun, is what they said to him. So
that's a little strange. That's a little strange.
Just what you want to hear when you're going to give someone a ride. By the way, I don't have a gun.
I don't have a gun or anything.
So he found that their assurances kind of unnerving, just kind of what we just said there.
Yeah.
And noted that the last showing of the film they wanted to see had already started and would be over or nearly over by the time he would drive them anywhere and get back. So in this recount of the incident of the story, he stated that when he broke eye contact with them, his fear became all encompassing. And it wasn't until when he continued to make eye contact with them is when he still felt this fear. And it wasn't until he broke eye contact with them that the fear kind of gave way a little bit. So the older boy then began to get frustrated when Brian made excuses for not giving them a ride, and said they couldn't get into the car unless Brian said it was okay. But he was saying no to them, that I'm sorry, I can't give you a ride. And after that, Brian, he said he just tore it out of the parking lot. And to this day, he stands by his story, and it's kind of become like the major case for black-eyed kids. I don't know if there's been anything recent. I'm sure there have, but I kind of just looked up the main focal point story that happened in 1996 that kind of got the ball rolling on this paranormal event. So there you go.
Yeah, and there are stories that go back before that about these kids. I wanted to show for people in the video stream too. This is an example of what I'm talking about with the white eyes. See, her eyes are completely white. This is Billie Eilish, one of her album covers.
Yeah, that's creepy.
And that comes after she had not black eyes, but she had the black goo coming out of her eyes.
Yes.
So she was the normal Billie Eilish. You know, she even had a song, My Ocean Eyes, these deep blue, I think they're bluish green ocean eyes. You know, I mean, I don't think she's attractive, but like a relatively beautiful young girl. And then she drinks that black goo and this comes out of her eyes. And then she is totally dispossessed of spirit and under the control of something. And this is the album cover for the song where she talks about having to, essentially she has to murder her friend, and then she's like sexually abused, Marilyn Monroe style, and then she's injected with drugs, and then she's Then she makes a deal with the devil and starts levitating in the hallway. It's a creepy song, but all of that revolves around possession, and the opposite of this black-eyed kid is the white-eyed girl. But some people say they see white-eyed kids too, so I've never really heard about that. Have you, Mike?
The white-eyed kid? No, I have not.
Just black-eyed kids, black-eyed peas. I like black-eyed peas.
There you go.
The
There
food.
you go. Uh-huh.
So what were these? This might seem like a silly question, but what was the ethnicity of these children? Were they white, black, Hispanic, Asian? What were they?
I think they were white.
Because I that's what I've heard too. I don't think I've ever heard a story about black-eyed kids who weren't white. And I wonder if I don't know if that plays anything into it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, that's a good question.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I don't think that. I mean, that's important because it would indicate that this is not a universal thing, and anytime there is like a paranormal or supernatural identifiable phenomenon, usually it's global. Like usually you can find it in every culture, and I don't think black-eyed kids are found in every culture. I think it's a very quote Western thing, and specifically a U.S. thing. Now, there might be something that you could kind of pull out of, I don't know, let's say Asia or other parts of the world, but I think it's primarily in the U.S., maybe some in Europe. But to me, that indicates that it's like a cultural, maybe a collective expression of something that we have in the Western world that isn't in the Eastern world. I think that's important. I can't find any other cases of this documented in other countries. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. You guys have an opinion on that?
Interesting. Yeah.
Mike, do you have a viewpoint on that?
Hold on for one second. My screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my screen froze up on me here, but you can still hear me. Hold on one second.
Yeah, your sound is coming in clear.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering where my picture went. My video feed is not showing up on there.
Your video's not showing up now? Yours is frozen?
Are you able to see me?
Yeah, I can see you fine.
Oh, that's fine. No problem. It hasn't come back on my screen since I came back before. So as long as you can see it, it's no problem.
Yeah, we had a second there. We had the video stopped recording too. Had it recording, but we're back. Looks like we're back up again. So it's
mine has not cut out, so we're fine.
Okay.
So now, what is the chance, Ryan, in the future of doing this live show like this on a regular basis?
I think it would be fun, even if Mike can't join us, you and I can do it. If you can join us with Mike, that's great. Yeah, if you want to do the show with us sometimes, for sure.
Yeah, I think this because you got so much good stuff going on. During this, the whole visual thing is so nice as well. But yeah,
we've come a long way from being in that dusty basement.
Awesome. Oh yes, yeah.
I wanted to share, if I could, something that's.
Sure.
When you talk about the paranormal and the weird stuff going on, you can't think. What comes to my mind, and I know we've done shows and we talked about it in the past, is Hollywood. In fact, we did a whole show on Eyes Wide Shut. Nick, if you want to check that out, it's on the YouTube page. But did you guys remember that guy, Little Nas X?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
He's a I don't know if you know him, Nick, but he's like a rapper that came out a couple years ago, a very demonic video where he actually had Nike actually commissioned, I believe it was Nike or
Nike.
Yeah, was it Nike, Ryan, or was it some other shoe maker? I don't know if it was Nike or not, but commissioned a shoe for him where they actually had his blood be put, in the gel, in the sneakers where you have that gel insert, sometimes it's colored, sometimes it's clear.
Yeah.
They actually had a shoe where he had his blood in the shoe that you could buy. I think the shoes were what, Ryan, do you remember, $500 or something like that?
They were very expensive. I don't know how much they were, but they were
But
expensive.
how can that even be legal? I mean, you're not even allowed to transport bodily fluids, across state lines and things like that. That had to be a little weird to get.
Maybe they, as long as you sign off on it, maybe they treat it with something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, he had a video. He had a song that was.
No, I'm sorry, Mike. I was just saying.
Go ahead. Yeah, you bring up the shoe. Yeah, go bring that shoe up there.
There it is. Satan Nikes. Nike's also the goddess of victory too, so it's like Satan's victory. Human blood.
For a minute. My goodness.
Human blood shoes.
He also is famous for a song that was kind of popular. The video was totally disturbing, where he's actually giving Satan a lap dance. This is he does identify as a homosexual. So in the video, he was giving Satan a lap dance. I don't know if you can.
Interesting.
I don't know if we can show it, but I don't even want to see it. But I brought that guy up because I'm going to share my. Can I share my screen to give him an update on this guy?
Yeah, hold on to that thought, because as you pull that up, I'm going to show listeners it wasn't just Lil Nas X. It was also famously Kiss did this.
Really?
I don't know if you guys remember this. Kiss put blood into one of their records, I think it was, or something to do with a comic book. Let's see if I can
think
find
if Kiss did it. It was probably fake blood, but
yeah. Well, Marvel Comics published a Kiss comic book with a vial of their blood mixed into the ink back in 1977. This is the comic book you can see on your screen. And then Tony Hawk did that back in 2021. Tony Hawk sells skateboards with his blood mixed into the paint. He did a video. He even showed he put the blood into the paint at the factory.
That's crazy.
Yep. And that is similar also to what's that girl's name? Megan Fox. Blood vial. I'll pull that up too on the screen. Well, there's one with her. I think didn't Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie have something like that too?
Yeah, they were wearing their blood vial necklaces where they consume their blood, each other's blood. It's the same thing what Megan Fox did with what's the rapper, tall, skinny guy, blonde hair.
Yeah, that's always referencing Machine Gun Kelly.
Yes, exactly. Him. Yes.
Yeah, here, hold on. I think there's a picture of it. Angelina Jolie's ex-husband Billy Bob Thornton says the media blew their blood necklaces out of proportion. Yeah, it's always blown out of proportion. Just like Megan Fox was like, well, he likes to drink my blood and he gets really aggressive and I have to tell him to stop. But it's all fun and games. It's not really anything serious.
I don't want to get all TMZ here or anything, but can you believe that Billy Bob Thornton actually got Angelina Jolie? I mean, come on. I like Billy Bob a lot. Love his band, love his music. I love everything he does. But how the hell did he get her?
You got to be into some weird shit.
That happened, yes. Had to be the blood thing.
It's probably the blood thing, yeah. So there's a couple examples of that.
Yeah.
And Mike, you have a thing to share.
Yes.
This is Vigilant Citizen. I remember this website.
Yes, this 2 months ago. This is where this, like we showed, was a couple years ago. This is where this guy is right now. What he's doing. He's walking around Los Angeles at 4 a.m. in his underwear.
Oh crap! Why you can't do that? Because that the other night. Anyway, go on.
That's why you didn't come on the show till 45 minutes in. He was
a little late. Yes.
So I'm not sure if he was arrested. He was wearing white cowboy boots in his underwear at 4 a.m. with a traffic cone on his head.
Yeah.
He was hospitalized for possible overdose.
Anybody ever watch Reno 911? He's just new boot goofing.
Not recently, but I was a little addicted to that for a short time in the beginning.
Oh, were you? No, this
is strange.
This was how long ago, Mike?
This was in August.
This was in August. So this reminds me of who else did this? Wasn't this Martin Lawrence too? Martin Lawrence did something similar to this.
Really?
Maybe not naked.
Yes, but he wasn't. Yeah, I don't think he was naked. But he was running around erratically.
I mean, he's ripping off the naked cowboy in New York, is what he's doing with the cowboy boots and stuff, and the tidy whities.
And who was filming this?
I was arrested too, but I was arrested for. They called it skid marks. I don't know what that meant, but anyway, they arrested me, and I don't know.
So it kind of shows you like the weirdness, since we're talking about Halloween stuff and cryptids and whatnot, the weirdness of Hollywood in general, right? Beyond a dogman, beyond a cryptid, beyond a skinwalker, beyond a woman found in a tank, a murder. Hollywood is something that happens year round and is paranormal, satanic, probably there's a mixture of intelligence communities working too in Hollywood. All sorts of weird stuff, right?
Yeah, that reminds me of when we were on Dark Matter Radio. I don't know if Nick remembers this. I know you remember this, Mike. We were on Dark Matter Radio, and we used to have we used to do one show a week on Dark Matter, and we would do like black magic at the Vatican, and we would be told that's not paranormal enough. You guys need to talk about Bigfoot. I think you got real mad, Mike, and you fired off a long email about how there's too many Bigfoot shows in the network anyway, and we're doing something different. You remember that?
Yeah, they wanted, and I think they also brought up some reference like talk about Bigfoot's. Some guy was in the woods, and they came back to his car, and there was prints on his window, and the dew formed 2 giant handprints on his car, and they wanted to talk. There were so many other things even back then that we wanted to talk about. That's to us were more interesting and more paranormal than Bigfoot.
Absolutely. Bigfoot is driving me crazy these days. There are so many shows on it, so many things going on. I am with you, Mike, 100%. That is just finished.
And you know what, Nick? We started talking about Dogman a long time ago too, and now that's become almost the same as Bigfoot. I mean, there aren't as many shows on just Dogman, but if you do a YouTube search on Dogman, oh my God, you'll get so much crap, so much fake videos, AI videos. That's again,
that's the other thing. Have we seen one Bigfoot? But how many paranormal things have we seen? Tons and tons of paranormal stuff that seems and probably is pretty real, whereas there's not one Bigfoot evidence that they've shown us, ever, really.
Yeah, the Bigfoot stuff for me is just old hat,
Yeah, it is.
Whether this creature exists or not, most people are over it and just want to move on to more interesting topics. I mean,
exactly.
Kids being, this is dark, but this is
How
real.
How many years did we talk about this? I got kicked off of at least 2 networks because of the trafficking that you're about to bring up.
Yeah, we talked about trafficking, especially in the Canadian schools, of kids being trafficked and ritual and tons of bones being found on these orphanage homes in Canada that they had these kids in. We talked about, remember, Ryan, about back in the day, orphans used to be trafficked by train by the hundreds into these schools and orphanages, and then to a lot of them never to be heard from again. So there was a lot of weird stuff going on with kids even back in the day.
Now all of this stuff, I think, has been, as people have gotten accustomed to it and have accepted, it's kind of become clickbait now.
Yep.
It's not even really considered that dark anymore. Now people are making things up.
Sure.
But, anyway, I'll go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I mean, we have our facts. So, I mean, all these trafficked kids, they all stop through the pizzeria that Hillary Clinton runs for trafficked kids. They stop there first for
of
pizza.
Course,
and then
yes. That's accurate. Yes. Nick
Well,
is
I mean, someone's saying in the chat, we're saying paranormal. It runs in there's nothing more paranormal than a ritual cult murder of a kid. Now,
well,
if that concerns black magic, then yes, that's included in it. But it's in that realm of the paranormal because it has those elements to it. Of course.
The killer priest story, Mike. This priest stabbed a woman in an upside down cross formation. How many times? How many dozens of times?
Yeah, lots of times on in her chest area.
Carved an upside down cross into her. The killer priest. It is the first case of a priest ever charged with murder.
Yeah, I mean, what's bizarre is, remember back in the day, they used to put missing kids on milk cartons. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
And now there's so many that they decided to stop it because they just had it would be never ending of these kids on these faces on these carts, on these kids that go missing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want to get into the dark, deep stuff, I mean, that's where you would go.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times we've seen the Bigfoot story, we've seen the Dogman stories, but how many times have you seen real evidence of any one of these creatures ripping up, killing a human? I've never heard of Bigfoot killing anyone. Maybe throwing stones or chasing them, or a dog man scratching a car or a window. But I've never heard of these creatures actually killing someone. So I think the more dark you go, you find out that who's committing it is actually human beings.
I had a Bigfoot guy on. I think the only time I've ever had an official Bigfoot show. I've only done a few of them. I had a Bigfoot guy on maybe 6 months ago, and it was a good, fun interview. But he was talking about how all of his, he didn't realize it, I don't think, but he kept telling me these stories. He's like, yeah, I was sleeping in the living room. I woke up and I think I saw Bigfoot, stuff like that. It was a little more detailed than this, but he explained it. And all of his stories were like that. I woke up and I said, do you think it's possible that you were dreaming about Bigfoot?
But Ryan, you're a little biased here because if I remember correctly, you told me that you were related to Bigfoot. So
a little bit.
Yeah.
I do have big feet.
Yeah, a lot of these paranormal investigators on TV are hacks, just like the comment. Ghost Adventurers with that's is his name Nick or Aaron or what? I don't know.
Zach.
Zach Bagans, yeah.
There's
been evidence of him falsifying ghost stuff.
Yeah, he was trying a little too hard on everything he did. Yeah,
and those guys they have been. I think they're 18, 19 seasons.
Yeah.
But yet they're still shocked when something falls off the wall. Like, oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Exactly.
But buddy, you've been 20 years through this and things falling around. You're playing it up for the fucking camera.
My wife loved that guy, and every time she put him on, I'd be like, "Oh, not him again! Come on!" This is like total nonsense,
Yeah.
Well, so we've got 24 minutes left here, roughly, on the show. I will ask. I guess I could ask both of you, although Nick, you weren't necessarily prepared for this, but I'll ask both of you if you have anything else, and then I have a few things that I can share.
Nothing offhand for myself, but I'll let you guys go. I didn't have anything prepared. You're right.
What about you, Mike? And not to put you on the spot, Nick. I'm just trying to be accommodating. Go ahead, Mike.
Awesome.
No, only the fact that what really scares me more so than any type of cryptid story. Well, the rake kind of is very creepy to me, but like I said before, I think the darkest elements actually come from human beings themselves. But I like to say this though, as a Halloween type / paranormal show, there was a story. I'm not big into UFO alien stuff. But I remember a story of a fly fisherman out in New Jersey that had an interview, a witness that he saw a mantis materialize down the stream from him. So he was telling the story, and I forget where I saw this. I don't forget what channel, what YouTube, but he straight out said, and I respect the man for this, and I almost adds credibility to his story, but he said when he was fly fishing and he saw this 9-foot mantis materialize downriver, he said he shit himself. He was very honest, and that to me was realness to me, because he was man enough to admit, and maybe that adds to the story, but maybe most people you don't really hear that from when they talk about some paranormal events.
Probably wouldn't admit that.
That they shit themselves. But this guy straight up said it. He said he saw it. It saw him. It kind of walked 2 steps towards him and then cloaked itself again. Yeah. So I don't know. There's my story. It doesn't get any more real than shit. I agree. I agree with the comment. Night Watch.
That's true.
Well, if that's true in regard to what he actually saw, then and he really did.
And this was again. I'm bringing character witness into this, and I'm speaking from my own opinion. But this was like a New Jersey, South New Jersey, like Italian, like big guy, that would work at a pizzeria or something.
I take a little offense to all that, but okay.
And you're not going to get, especially telling a story about a mantis alien. You're just not going to get that too much as a lie in most of that type. I'm doing, quote unquote, stereotypical kind of, like he was like a gangster.
Yeah.
I don't think, again, kind of the same thing, kind of what we saw with the hillbilly guy. Like, is this guy really making it up? I mean,
right.
Again, do I know true or not? No, but these are good Halloween stories.
Nick, I know you took a little bit of offense to that as a big Italian pizza guy, but
well, because all those big Italian guys own pizzerias,
Well, like if Nick told a story that he saw the mantis and when he was fly fishing and he shit himself, I would believe it.
Oh, definitely.
I'm looking at Nick.
At my age, it wouldn't take much for me to shit myself anyway. So but yeah, I mean that would definitely be a reason I would for sure. I'm just saying, not for nothing, Mike.
I'm saying my last kind of statement on this is like the whole paranormal, magic, black magic, dark arts. This whole area is so convoluted, so murky that again, it's hard to pull fact from fiction, right? And yeah, it's entertaining, but again, saying what's true and what isn't is difficult. Now, do I believe some of this paranormal activity exists? Yes. Do I believe every story that's told? No. Do I believe every Dogman video that's on YouTube? No. 99.9% of them are fake.
Yeah.
Again, you get these videos of people in 2025 where they're filming these creatures, and yet the video is blurry. But it's like, it's 2025. You have like a Nokia camera from 1991. Why is it blurry and shaky? I understand shaky because the person's scared, but it's it's 2025. These cameras, even like 5 years ago, they got like 9 megapixels on them.
It's true. They're shooting in black and white. They're doing all this crazy stuff. It's like, why?
Blurry because they want you to see their friend dressed up in the Bigfoot costume. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, that's and with the advent of technology and AI, you're only going to see this get worse. Of course, we can tell AI videos because you can tell, right? Yeah. But there's going to be a point in a couple of years you're not going to be able to tell at all.
Yeah.
Has that freaked you out? Has that freaked you out, Mike or Nick? Is that you've seen these new Sora videos?
I've seen those videos, and it does freak me out.
Which ones?
Sora, the new OpenAI Sora platform.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting so much static from so many people. My brother is totally, anything I send him now, he's like, that's AI. I'm like, well, hold on. You're not even giving it a second. I mean, I understand a lot of it's bullshit, and it is scary because you never know what's real. I mean, we can kind of tell in a way, but if it's really bizarre, like I know they did not bring Bob Baxter back from the dead, and he's yelling at Snoop Dogg, but we know that's AI. But some other things that don't really need to be exaggerated, you don't just stick AI on it, and that's the end of that,
Yeah,
well, that's how you'll be able to dismiss political controversies. Just it's AI. Yeah. I didn't actually say that. I didn't actually do that.
Imagine like showing like let's say a 12-year-old an AI video of Elvis on stage getting angry at someone and then smashing his guitar on an audience member. That 12-year-old doesn't know who Elvis is and might actually even believe that video.
Yeah.
But us being older, we know that never happened. So there's going to be a total disconnect of.
We know Elvis is alive. We just know he didn't do that.
Yeah. So it's like, are there going to be laws here to protect people from misinformation?
There has to be eventually, because we're not even thinking about the repercussions of all this. We don't even know what they are going to be or could be, but we're going to see it, and then we're going to see the laws kick in and such. And it's
what I'm, yes, and what I'm waiting on is over here in Japan. I don't know if you guys know this, but Nintendo and most of these Japanese companies are famous for how tightly they enforce their IP rights. And Nintendo has said, this is, to me, it's good news. Nintendo has said nothing about the fact that OpenAI and Sam Altman are very aware and publicly have stated, yeah, we know that people are exploiting Nintendo and these other Japanese companies and games and cartoons and anime. And we just hope they don't sue us. Nintendo hasn't said anything. I'm hoping that these Japanese companies put together a lawsuit and just sue the daylights out of Sam Altman. I can't stand that guy.
Yeah.
But I just thought I would add that because if there's any legal movement, it's going to be from another country, because the U.S. now, under the big beautiful bill, there's 10-year restrictions on anything to do with AI, and I'm pretty sure that would include Sora, where nobody can regulate it, nobody can stop it. It's just open season.
Crazy, yeah, crazy.
I don't think anything's going to change in the U.S.
Yeah. Listen, not to get off subject here, but just out of curiosity, are you a fan of ramen?
I'm a big fan of ramen. I made some about a week ago here at home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. But yeah, that's probably the one reason why I would love to go to Japan, just to hit all those ramen shops. I mean, there are more of those than there are McDonald's here in the U.S. But
hey, listen, if you got your real estate class probably, but listen, I'm actually getting well, I'm already married, but we're having a Shinto ritual on the 10th. Fly over. Right. You can fly over, you can come.
Yeah, don't put it past me these days. I don't have a wife right now telling me not to do certain things. So, I wind up doing crazy things.
Do some crazy stuff. We'll take you to the soap lands, and you can have a good time. And
can you imagine? You never
know.
I'll
take you to some ramen restaurants. Come over.
Right, exactly. You plan on staying there for a while?
I live here. Yeah, with her. We live here. Yep.
Beautiful.
Not in Tokyo, but we're in Japan.
Yeah.
No, but if you think about it, maybe you could come over. I asked Mike, but I know Mike can't come because he's busy. I mean, if you can still make it, Mike, you're welcome.
Yeah,
No, I can't really fly on with my leg being recently broken for that long. But I want to really get over there sometime next year for sure.
Yeah,
do it. But whenever you can come over, or if you can ever come over, Nick, I'll take you guys to ramen or whatever you want to see.
Appreciate that very much. Yeah.
Can you guys give me just 2 minutes, and then I'd like to before Ryan, you can talk about. I'd like to share one more kind of video that's creepy, super creepy, technology-based creepy. That would be good to show.
How long is it?
It's like a minute.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that real fast.
Let me just take a quick piss break here. I'll be right back.
Pulling a Corey good. Okay, well, let me do this. Let me read the article while Mike's gone. So this is from YouGov.
Yep.
This is a recent survey from the 24th of October. It was published. It says most Americans say they've had experienced at least one paranormal event. It says this: 60% of Americans say they have had at least one of 13 paranormal experiences, down slightly from 67% in 2022. The most common paranormal events Americans say they have experienced, among the 13 asked about, are feeling a presence or unknown energy, smelling an unexplained odor, hearing. I thought Nick was going to throw a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, it was about to come out, but I'm a believer in all this, and I've experienced all this as well. So go on.
Hearing an unexplained sound or music, hearing the voices of someone who wasn't there, and feeling an unexplained change in temperature. I think all of these things can be easily explained without any paranormal element whatsoever. But there is a paranormal angle. Your comments?
Yeah. No. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, anything that happens could have a number of different reasons why it could have happened. We can twist and that's why they have these shows on the debunker guys and everything, try to debunk everything, and you can usually debunk almost anything. But I do believe that there'll be some instances where it's not explainable. Lately I have been smelling weird smells in different places that of certain things that shouldn't be smelling like that. Even in my personal room that I'm in with my wife's ashes and stuff like that. I'm thinking, is she trying to tell me something? You can't help but think that when you
take a shower.
Pardon?
She's probably telling you to take a shower.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be. You never know. That was it could be.
You're not old enough now where you've got so many cats that one died in the corner and you forgot about it and it smells, because that happens to cat ladies.
Let me tell you something. I mean, as you know, I've had many cats because we used to do the rescue thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm down to about 4 of them right now. I need to find homes for, by the way. But they're not going to come to Japan though, so don't worry. But yeah, I wonder as I'm cleaning up the house and stuff and just kind of getting things ready. I wonder if I'm going to find one that I just forgot about somewhere dead. And you never know. It could happen.
That'd be horrible.
It'd be horrible. Sure.
And you're a big animal person. That'd be
exactly. Yeah. I mean, we keep good track of them. I mean, we do our best to keep them alive. The ones that die, they usually die because they're 18, 19 years old. They're at the end of their life. They're having renal failure, the typical things that a cat would go through, But
yeah.
That, we do everything to kind of keep them alive.
You look pretty fresh, by the way. You don't look like you've aged that much, just the Santa beard, but everything else, you look pretty fresh.
Well, I'm 63 now. I'm trying to lose a little weight. I'm trying to get in shape. My brother and my family are dragging me around. We got a cruise, my first cruise I'm going on, coming up in about 3 or 4 weeks on Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
Planning a trip to Italy next August. Already, that's in the works as well. I want to get there for the first time. So
Just do the whole axis next year: Italy, Germany, and then come to Japan. Do the whole axis.
I would love to, but my trip to Italy is mainly to go to my mom's little town on the beach and Montetorice in southern Italy, Calabria, and see what's going on there. It's probably my last time I get to do it with her. So she's coming, my brother's coming. Let's see.
See the family.
But, yeah. For now, I just want to do the things that I won't be able to do in not so far future. That type of thing.
You might as well. Yep, you might as well do as much as you can. So back to the paranormal experiences while we wait on Mike D real quick here because we're limited on time.
Yep.
Although we can definitely go over.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so Mike, I was reading through this. 60% of Americans say they've had at least one of 13 paranormal experiences. The most common are feeling the presence of an unknown energy or feeling the presence or something to that effect of an unknown energy, which we talked about earlier might be scopophagia. There's a term for that, scientific term for that.
Yeah.
Smelling an unexplained odor, hearing an unexplained sound or music, which I'll be real crass here, but if you're living next to Indians or black folks, you definitely will hear loud, unexplained music throughout the night. And if you're living to Indians, you'll probably smell an unexplained odor as well. Hearing the voice of someone who wasn't there and feeling an unexplained change in temperature. I mean, listen, I heard all these things when I lived in Tucson, and it wasn't a ghost. It was my ethnically diverse neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can explain these things scientifically, but then again, let's say someone smells roses in their house and their grandmother loved roses before she passed away, and there's no roses in the house or any type of scent.
Yeah.
Then they're not making, so there's, again, these things can be explained scientifically, but then again, they can't. So to me, it's like a mixture.
Right? No, it is too. I like to start with the scientific basis and then work into the supernatural because a lot of supernatural stuff is totally fabricated, made up. So if we can get an understanding of what those things might be, then I think we leave the door open for the unexplained. That's why I tend to approach it that way. But I also read this to you, and it furthermore says not many Americans say they've seen a demon. That's 7%. Unexplained smoke 9%, or an angel 10%. But I read you that because I was thinking, as we talked about on a recent show, how do other people view ghosts? How do other people view vampires? How do other people view werewolves in different countries? We know that the Chinese vampire sucks your chi. So it's not actually drinking your blood at all. They just suck the energy out of you, which is what blood drinking is, but they're cutting out the middleman, if you will. We know that in Japan, there really aren't werewolves. There are werefoxes. So it changes per the culture. And I was wondering, okay, if you were to come to Japan, or I would assume most of Asia, they have the Hungry Ghost Festival, not so much in Japan, it's more so in China, Malaysia, Indonesia. Hungry Ghost Festival, which is like the Mexican Day of the Dead. It's like our Halloween. I wouldn't say it's like Diwali, but there's a similar feel to Diwali because the lights of Diwali are really also the spirits as much as they are the sun and the warmth of the sun.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, okay, what about ghosts? Because over here in Japan, like the spirit world is right on your doorstep all the time. All the shrines, all the temples. You don't go a day without interacting with it.
Sure.
So how do people over here view spirits and ghosts? And I thought that this was interesting from a country in the United States, which is primarily Christian, 2/3 plus. And then over here in Japan, where you've got 1 or less than 1% Christian, a country that is considered non-religious, but it has Shinto and Buddhism. And a lot of it has to do with how you perceive the world. They don't really call it a religion per se, but it is a religion from a Western perspective. So I looked up a study on what people in Japan think about these types of experiences. And I found this study from, the guy's name is Hideyuki Kokubo. And this is a ResearchGate report. And it has a list of the ages of people in Japan from the survey and what they've seen: deja vu, sleep paralysis, ESP, telepathy, clairvoyance, signs of ghosts, a sixth sense.
Yeah.
And I think it's almost kind of, it's interesting, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit funny to me as someone who loves this stuff so much. But if you look at it compared to the study or the report that just came out in the US, it appears that far less Japanese people see and experience this stuff than Americans do. And I thought that was interesting because this is a land of spirits, famously, and yet they tend to see less of it. And I was wondering if that's because they don't see it, or if it's because it's just so much part of everyday life. Not that people are seeing ghosts, but just that it's incorporated into the cultural traditions and rituals and things like this, that it's not really considered paranormal. It's just considered a part of life. Like I told that story with my wife where we watch scary movies, and I don't like scary movies that much, and she wanted to watch Terrifier or Smile, and I said, absolutely not. I'm not watching those. But I said, that's not scary to you? She said, no, because it's American, it's fake. I know it's not real, but if it's Japanese, it's terrifying because to her, it's like a real thing. So just looking at these numbers in terms of ghosts, under 20 years old, a lot of people see ghosts in Japan, but after 20 years old, the number drops below about 23% across the board. And you can compare that to, again, US percentages. And with the exception of like the Sixth Sense, the numbers are drastically lower than the US. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I could ramble on and do an hour monologue about it. That's something to share with you for Halloween, that in a place that has the spirits everywhere, people just don't really see anything. But in a country like the US, it might also be because Christians are always on the lookout for the devil. So they're always looking for spirits that they could call demonic. That might be part of it. Just something interesting I thought I'd share. Mike or Nick, do you have any comments or thoughts?
No, I agree. I agree with you completely. And I can think of a lot of reasons why maybe people in Japan don't believe so much or don't think about it as much. Maybe they don't have a need for it. Where here, we kind of have a more of a need for religion. We I don't want to call religion a crutch. I mean, I was raised Catholic, and now I'm a little bit more independent, so to speak. I'm not an atheist. I still believe I'm a Christian, but I don't need that crutch of having to go to church every Sunday and do that whole thing unless they're having pancakes or spaghetti, and then I can do that thing, But apart from that, I don't need it. It's a matter of what people really need in their life and what they need to believe and feel, to function on a regular day,
Yes, and Nate in the chat brought up a good point too, which if I was going to monologue for an hour, I probably would have brought this up too. He said you could factor in the psychotropic drug usage in the country, and that's totally true, because in Japan it's like 0 compared to the US. It's like less than, I think I looked it up one time, it was less than, depending on what drugs we're talking about. In terms of pharmaceutical drugs, it's significantly less, and if we're talking about illegal drugs, it's almost non-existent in comparison. Even just Asian people in general in the US do the least amount of drugs than any other group. So that definitely could play into it, Nate.
Interesting. That's very
Mike.
interesting.
Yes.
Go ahead.
On what?
Do you have thoughts on the ghost sightings in the US, or people seeing paranormal experiences, religion, drugs, etc.?
I think hardcore Christians are more concerned with giving money to Israel than they are seeing ghosts.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably true.
Talk about
they're making a bunch of ghosts over there.
Talk about keeping us on track tonight. I mean, as hard as I try to get off track, boy, you keep it dead serious and dead on track, and I appreciate that. That's great.
Well, listen, I've made it through the whole 3-hour show tonight without mentioning that word. So, Mike, it's Mike's fault tonight.
Can I share one more last creepy thing here? And this is so creepy.
Yeah, that video you said, audio video.
Yeah, I got it loaded up. Let me share my screen for her. This is a video that was released actually today, I believed. And it's called, there's a company selling a robot called Neo that will clean your house, do some chores for you. Look at this promotional video. This is real. This is a real company. I believe they're selling these robots for $20K a pop.
Yeah, my brother bought one. He has it on order right now. He hasn't gotten it yet.
Seriously?
I'm dead serious. Totally dead serious.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's already got one. I think he spent more than that on it, though. And the things that they can do is unbelievable. But of course, he also spent a ridiculous amount of money on that stupid dumb truck Tesla as well. So, he got a few of those. So,
I think the truck is for the robot. Once the robot gets in the house and kills the family, it's got a vehicle to get around now.
Yes. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Let me share my screen here.
Yeah.
So this is real. I thought you were joking earlier when you said it. This is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. Can you see?
Yeah.
We can see, yeah.
Okay, let me play. I don't want to play too much of this because I don't know about some of the stuff. So let's just do like a minute or so.
Go ahead. The robot appeared to be dancing in your house, talking to the chair.
So let me take a break. So it seems to me this video is they're trying to humanize, showing all the human aspects of going to the park and riding in your car. Am I wrong? Yes. Am I?
No, that's good.
Go ahead, Ryan. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said, yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. The robot will come to the park with you, have a picnic, bring you something to eat in the house. And then, they get that retro vibe to it. So, it's old school. The robot's always been there. It's always been hanging out with your family. It hasn't never killed anybody or spied on you or did anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people out there have seen the movie I, Robot, so they should be cautious.
I've seen that movie at least 20 times. That's one of my favorite movies. And I'm one of those movie bingers who watches the same movie over and over again. And so I can see every little thing in the background,
Let me see if we can get some more demo.
Please see this background.
This all started a decade ago, working really hard on making What is Neo a reality. But to me personally, this started when I was like 10 years old. I grew up reading these beautiful books and watching these beautiful sci-fi movies where the future was all about how we as humans, we really focus on the things that matter to us. Rosie the robot would be ensuring.
Okay, I'm going to go forward here because I don't care about, I want to see the robot. Let me queue up the robot here.
Yeah, this guy's basically Miles Dyson from the Terminator. He wants to help. He wants to help pilots fly planes when they're tired, and then it develops into Arnold Schwarzenegger.
From the ground up for safety. Its tendon-driven body is quiet and lightweight. Its low-energy motions make it uniquely safe for you and your home. But safe doesn't mean limited. Neo's hardware comes packed with features like human-level dexterity and a 55-pound carrying capacity so that it can handle any of your chores reliably. We also worked really hard to make Neo's design friendly and comfortable to be around.
Dude, this is so creepy to me, dude. Am I wrong on just the way the face looks?
Yeah, no, you're right. This is creepy because we've been seeing the other ones that what's his name with Tesla has been showing us, where they look like real girls and things like that, which works for me. But what do you call? So this is very creepy compared to that. This is just like a pincushion or something that they made a robot out of. It's just...
I think we're looking at the robot's ass right now. Let me play here.
Each Neo comes with a machine washable knit suit, a head, and shoes that you can customize to fit your style. As for using your Neo, we made the experience simple.
Some of those
out of the box, the core of your experience is.
What did you say?
I said, yeah, you can customize the shoes, put some of Lil Nas X's blood in it.
Yeah, or you can put the Jonestown Massacre Nikes on.
Yep. Just give this thing an axe and let it go to work.
Fully autonomous. The chores feature lets you schedule a time for your Neo to do all of your chores so you can come back to a cleaner home every day. With the AI companion feature, you can talk to your Neo to get assistance with anything from a hard question to a household task. With Neo's autonomy, you can get access to all of its latest AI features to get help with tasks on demand. And the Neo app lets you interact with your Neo from anywhere. But all you have to do to get started is turn on your Neo and introduce yourself.
Okay, so they're going to unbox it here.
Hey, I'm Neo. I'm here to help around the house. What's your name?
Harry.
Nice to meet you, Harry. When you have a question or want something done, just let me know.
So, hold on a second. Is this robot allowed to do things that are illegal? Because if it asks you, what do you want me to do? Like, what if you said, go kill my neighbor?
Oh, that's interesting. I had other things on my mind, Ryan, but boy, you go right for the dirt, man. That's like heavy.
Yeah, but is it following Asimov's laws of robotics, or is it just free range? You do whatever. You can get into the stuff that Nick wants to get into.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I got 1,000 questions here. Is the outfit waterproof? Can I take him in the shower? You know, I mean, can he wash my back? Can he lick? Well, anyway, whatever.
Nick
You
wants to
is it
know if
waterproof?
the hands have a Nick wants to know if the hands have a vibration feature.
I think they make a doll for that. I think it's a little cheaper than the Neo. You might want to go look at those dolls.
Yeah. Well, this is Neo. I'm looking for Nia. Is there a Nia? Is there something a little bit more, pleasing?
Like notice the psychology though. Like so this thing is 5'6". So for most males, you're gonna be taller than it, right? But for most females, it's gonna be a little taller than the female. So they didn't want to make it huge to like scare people. To think if it malfunctions, so you could maybe still kick its ass. I don't know.
Oh
Yeah,
my God, your listeners got me figured out. Says Nick, you need a woman. I forgot.
A robot will do if you guys want to take up a collection to get Nick one of these dolls.
Sorry, this robot doesn't have a mouth.
Now, does it have a feature where it, because in all the movies, this very white or blue color around its eyes or around its head that lets you know that it's listening and that it's activated. Usually that turns red in the movies, and that's when you're locked in your house and it kills you. Does it have that feature? Does it turn red?
This looks basically like a monkey.
What's that, Nick? Like, you pause it. What'd you say? What'd you say, Nick?
No, his face looks like a monkey doll. You know those monkey dolls you buy in the store with just those little eyes or whatever, and that's just a face that looks something like that, kind of smooth and just
I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that kind of doll is.
Yeah.
The one you blow up? Is that the doll you blow up, or is that a different?
No. This is a kid's toy. It's a stuffed doll, a stuffed monkey. Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
It looks like you can choose between a white one, a gray one, and like a charcoal one.
Oh, interesting.
So you get color preference.
Do they make the eyes slanted for the Asian model?
I was gonna say, do they have a yellow one? But I didn't want to go there, Ryan. But okay, you hit it. There it is. Okay.
I don't identify with any of these robots. I need one that looks exactly like me with a beard. And
there you go.
We built the chores feature to give you your time back. You give your Neo a list of chores, you schedule a time that you want them done so that you can focus on what matters to you while your Neo does the rest. You can schedule chores by either talking to your Neo or using the app. The way it works is you schedule a time that works best for you, and then you create a list of chores. Whether it's something more specific, like watering the plants on Tuesdays, or something more general, like tidying the house, your Neo will get it done at the scheduled time. If there are any chores that your Neo hasn't learned how to do autonomously, you can use expert mode to have an expert from 1X supervise the session and provide corrective intervention to help Neo complete any task.
No, wait a minute. What is that? What does that mean? Is that someone you're gonna have someone in your house teaching the robot?
Yeah, why don't you just hire a maid? So this is for people that I guess are very wealthy, or at least can squeeze out some money, or go, I guess,
It's
get a
money
loan
to
and
burn,
buy one of these things. Yeah,
the novelty.
And they buy it, and it gives you all this additional time to do whatever the hell else I guess you need to do.
Yeah.
But we're just offsetting like the expenditure of energy, because if the robot doesn't know how to do it, then it connects with a service provider who then tells the robot how to do it. It feels like we could just cut out the middleman robot and just hire a maid or a servant and have them clean the house and give them the list of chores to do. I don't know why it has to be a robot with a feature that probably connects you to India, and then the robot can't understand what they're saying anyway, and then it's going to fuck up your house.
Yeah.
What did you say? Please repeat the request. I cannot hear you.
I'll hold my own clothes. I don't. Hold on. I got an observation, Mike.
Yes.
I got an observation. So let me give you an example. This isn't exclusive or universal, but over here in Japan, when you take your shoes off when you come inside, as soon as you take them off, you turn them back around so they're facing outside, and so they're easy to slip your feet into when you leave. You know, there's a place, most people live like this, not everybody, of course, but there's a place for things. Come home. It's like in the US, you put your keys in a bowl in the front door or something like that. You hang your coat up on a rack. If you just turned your shoes around when you took them off, if you just hung your coat up, if you just threw your dirty towel in the laundry, you wouldn't need to spend 20 grand on a robot or $30 an hour on a maid. You could just have a clean house anyway if you cleaned as you went. Just I'm providing an alternative for people that are confused on how to hang up towels.
Yes.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to get the job as a spokesperson for these this company here, but yeah.
I'll probably get flagged for even playing this.
We'll do a little bit more, and then we'll.
Yeah, no, this is good. I like this.
Yes.
Call the robot.
Hey, Neil, get your ass in here.
You lazy
I
fucker.
can't seem to find my glasses. Is this paprika?
No, that's cayenne pepper. Also, your glasses are on your shirt.
Oh. You old dumbass. No.
Dude, this just seems like a parody.
That's gonna burn your mouth out.
Could I use this in my chili?
They're both made from chili peppers, and you could put cayenne in your chili, but it is much spicier.
Neo is a speech-enabled AI companion made for any kind of conversation. Where other AI assistants are confined to your phone or computer, Neo lives with you in your physical space and has the ability to see, hear, and remember things about your surrounding environment to provide you with uniquely helpful assistance. For example, it can suggest what to cook based on what you have in the fridge, remember your progress while teaching you a new language, and even give you interior design advice. The gestures and the light rings express Neo's intentions. Its audio intelligence can also pick up on whether you are addressing.
Go
Hope it doesn't go red. I said that the light rings express its intention. I said I hope it doesn't go red.
I got is Neo trans?
Well, that's part of the whole theory that I've had, is that the trans movement, as it's been promoted, and there is a movement outside of the fact that there are actual trans people, I think that the movement has been geared toward transhumanism, where there is no gender or sex. Exactly.
Right. I think Neo identifies as corduroy. I think it's more of a fabric than anything else.
It identifies as silicon.
Can he buy two of them and teach them how to box each other, or
That's good. That's a good question, Nick. Yeah,
we could bet on it. We could have.
Yeah, then you would like have a YouTube channel, and then where you would have battles and
Neo fights. Yeah, Neo.
I see that shows you that Nick's got a lot of free time, because he's thinking of your brother bought one of these. You said
yes.
Nick's now thinking about purchasing one so he can paint his red, paint his brother's blue, and have them box each other for entertainment.
Here, I've got a caption for what we have on screen right now. Honey, why does Neo have a knife in his hand?
There you go.
I think he's helping me make dinner.
One of your listeners, Antonio, says, "I hate robot mockers."
Hate robot mockers.
Don't be sensitive about the robots. We're just having fun. We love them too.
I'd say F this robot.
Pressing it or someone else in the room to decide if it should respond or not. As you might expect from a home robot, talking to Neo with natural language is the primary user interface for all of Neo's functionality, including autonomy.
Yeah, so what's going to happen? What's going to happen if I'm getting that audio echo again? Hello. Okay, I'll turn you guys down while I talk here real quick. Well, what's going to happen if, like, you're at home, especially older couples, they kind of bicker about each other, and the woman's like, Paul's just such an asshole, and I just hope he dies. And then the robot hears that, and then it kills Paul, kills your husband,
or tells
oh my God,
Paul later on what they're
says,
thinking.
You said you wished he died. I'm built to follow your commands.
Yes,
sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, or just sharing those secrets.
Neo's autonomy works by taking requests like,
"Hey Neo, can you take this cup to the sink for me?"
and breaking it down into simple steps, such as walking to the person.
Wait a minute, I think this Neo has like junk in the trunk.
We're getting that audio echo again. Really bad. Hold on a second. Let me remove you guys from the feed here. It's not me. Mike, are you there?
Yes.
It's not Mike. All right, Nick, you there?
I'm here.
I think it's yours again, Nick.
Really?
Damn.
Right.
How long did it take you to go out and come back in last time?
Oh, well, I don't know if it's worth doing at this point. I think we're almost there. Aren't we? We're almost done.
Yeah, pretty much, but it's a really bad echo.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Okay, let me see what I can do here.
So I'll kick you again, then jump back in. Okay, there goes Nick. All right, Mike, you still hear me? You still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, great. So you've got, how much of this video is left?
Like 20 seconds.
Okay, let's wait just 1 second for Nick, and then we'll play the 20 seconds, and we'll wrap up. Thanks for doing the whole 3 hours and change now with us.
Yeah, hey, I got a Cash App for anybody interested for a donation.
That's right. That's right. We do too. Throw the money in there. Floor says, I didn't know there's a live show tonight. Yay. Yeah, see, Nate said this earlier too. YouTube doesn't notify anybody when we go live. It does not like us. So you're going to have to just guess. Always Friday nights, but we're doing a special Thursday show.
You can click the notification bell, but I don't know if you'll get it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't notify people, I don't think. Okay, Nick is back. Nick, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah. I can hear you, and I can actually see myself now. That's good. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, no audio echo. Mike, go ahead and
I just reminded because I believe Neo is the male species. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing.
To simple steps.
Kills his owner, this last part.
Such as walking to the person, grabbing the cup, and then walking the cup to the kitchen, and then putting it away. Neo's autonomy improves with diverse data and real-world experience. As Neo does more chores, you'll receive updates to your Redwood model that increase the complexity of tasks that Neo can handle, such as finding your keys and wallet, or doing a full laundry cycle end-to-end.
Be a good bartender.
Taking a dump. All right, I think we're done with this.
I feel like you got to either have to have a lot of money to burn through, like Nick said, or you've got to be really, really lazy.
Yeah, when my brother gets his, I'll see if I can get him on the show.
Get the robot on the show.
Yeah,
or maybe have him video, share some video of it.
No, I can bring my laptop to my brother's house and get him on the show.
Nice.
Seriously,
Let's get the robot on the show. That's great. It would be a great Halloween show when it decides
I'm not sure
to murder
when
you
do
guys.
to show up, but I'll let you know. Yeah.
If it decides to murder you guys, we can have a live stream of that. That'll be great. I'm terrified of it. I don't want that thing around me.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust it in my house. Even powered down, I wouldn't trust it. Because if it's got this AI neural link code in its brain, who's to say that I can't bypass any kind of security features that are, code ridden and, decide, to kill you in the middle of the night.
Look, we've all seen iRobot.
Yeah.
We know how it ends.
That's right.
Yeah, you're gonna see videos like in the next 5 years of these things, like not taking orders. Like, Neo, go get me a drink from the refrigerator. No, fuck you, get it yourself, lazy. It's gonna be all messed up. Just like that guy on the couch. He was reading a book. Oh yeah, go get you couldn't get up your ass out of the chair and get yourself a glass of water. You had to do damn robot to do it for you.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, I get it if you got a broken leg. Mike's got had a leg issue and you need some help. I kind of get that, but I don't think it's $20,000 robot level of help. I think that's like you get some in-home help, or you get a crutch.
You use, like I did for 6 weeks, you use a walker.
Yeah.
And then roll your ass around where you need to go.
Those little grabber sticks,
Yeah, I had one of those too to help me put on my socks.
There you go.
I didn't need a damn robot.
There's a lot of that grabbing stuff happening on trains over here. You got to be careful.
Yeah, they're grabbing.
It's a big problem. Nick would use one of those grabbers, so it's not technically his hand. I didn't grab anybody.
Almost put myself in a hospital the other week with one of those grabbers. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong thing.
So, I mean, I shared that because it's a Halloween show. We're trying to talk about creepy things. To me, I felt that was super creepy.
Oh, it's very creepy.
Definitely.
It's creepy in a way where it looks like the beginning of like a trailer for a horror movie, where most horror movies, they don't start out with the stabbing and the murder and the rape and the bloodshed. It's always like a happy family or somebody at work, or it's like a nice setting. And then halfway through the trailer, it turns dark and the music changes. And that's the first part. They get that music playing. Sounds all nice and club wheel and
I'm picking up cues from us also. So you have like the Gen Z kind of talking to it. Then you have the older dumb white guy that says, "Can I put rat poison in my soup?"
Therefore it's based also, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of SpongeBob, because there's an episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob goes to work for Plankton at the chum bucket, and he's not giving Plankton what he wants, which is the Krabby Patty secret formula. And so Plankton says to him, he's like, well, we're going to just put your brain in a robot then. But when he puts the brain in the robot, it's still SpongeBob's brain. So he tells the robot to do something for him, and the robot's like, no, I don't really feel like it right now. It's still his brain. These robots are only going to be, outside of specific programming, as smart as the people that use them. And that is the kind of thing, like what you just referenced, Mike, that is the kind of thing that people probably would be asking it. You know, very stupid questions, very dumb questions, potentially dangerous questions. There's got to be, usually companies, when they make something that's potentially deadly, usually there's like some kind of, you know, specifications of like, hey, it follows Asimov's laws of robotics, or, you know, you can't ask it to build a bomb for you, or to kill your wife, or your husband, or your friend, or your dog, or your cat, or you can't ask it to, like, you know, commit a mass murder. Like there has to be some kind of restriction, but they don't even say that. They don't say that. That's also doubly concerning to me.
Yeah, you're gonna have people, you know, say, "Hey, let's arm wrestle," and the thing ends up like breaking your arm because it's like super stronger, but it's holding back its strength. And this is, I mean,
well, hey, jack me off, and then your dick gets ripped off, and then you gotta, it's a lawsuit, because you know someone's gonna do that, right?
You're gonna have that lazy person to say, "Hey, Neo, I need you to wipe my ass. Come over here."
Oh, no doubt about it.
The robot ends up, you know, tearing up your.
That's why they made the white mesh thing removable and washable, because it's going to get dirty doing those tasks.
It's definitely going to get dirty. This is why my brother's never going to lend me his robot. You know, Neo's never coming to my house for the weekend. I know that as a fact.
Nick has I believe the hand detaches, and Nick has the fleshlight attachment.
The thing that's scary is like with the advent of technology and how fast it's moving. From 5 years from now, what is this thing going to look like and be able to do?
Yeah.
It'll be probably in a scrapyard. You know how many of these things they're going to build, how many updates you have just for your phone, and how many mountains of old cell phones there are in the world.
Oh yeah.
Piles and piles of electronics. It's going to be piles and piles of robots, same type of thing.
If you got kids in the house, animals in the house, peeing on his leg, kids grabbing it with their sticky fingers and everything like that. Let's hope that outfit is washable, or you can remove it and not scare the hell out of everybody when you take it off and find out what's under there. You know, that type of thing. But
yeah, it starts to pick up on holidays. Halloween tries to scare you out of the blue.
Yeah. Think of
I thought this is what you do on Halloween, is to scare humans.
Don't you carve things for Halloween? Yeah, we carve pumpkins, not the family dog.
Yeah. Can I carve your head?
Yeah, we laugh about it because we're terrified.
Yeah, no, it's super scary, and it's things that our government needs to step in and make some kind of rules and laws on AI and the use and the functionality and the way that it's being used. It's going to get super crazy if there's not some type of laws on this.
Well, so here's another observation for you real fast. Over here in Japan is famous for robots, right? Like I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think in the pop culture, Japan is well known for robots. Go to a sushi restaurant. There's a robot that doesn't deliver your food. The chefs do that, but the robot will deliver a beer, or it'll deliver a bowl of soup. And I've seen it just right down the road, just some standard random sushi place. You go in there, and this robot with a tray on it drives around, and here is your beer. You know, thank you. And then it turns around and drives away. And then if you go to the mall here right by where I live, there's a robot that drives around the mall, and it has sensors, so it stops, doesn't run into things. It'll maneuver around people. It's not humanoid. It's like I don't know. It's almost like an rectangular box or something, like Taurus from that Interstellar movie. So it moves around, and it smiles at you, and it'll show ads for things in the mall or something like that. There's robots all over the place over here for stuff like this, but they're not that complex. And it's strange to see that in a society like Japan that's super technologically advanced, at least in Tokyo, where even though you have those robots, people still tend to do things in the old way. So like you go to City Hall and they're still using papers. They have a computer, but everything's paper. Most businesses still want cash. So there's a weird contrast between, paying in cash and using papers for most things and doing things old school, but then also having robots bring you a drink. And I'm thinking of that because from an American perspective, there isn't as much, I don't think, of the contrast. It's just kind of whatever the new advancement is, that's what becomes the standard experience for everybody. So like you can't go back and use your old phone. You can't really, because everything's outdated. You can't even try to buy a Bluetooth speaker that doesn't, that has an audio port for an auxiliary. Couldn't find one in the US. I had to order it online. In Japan, most of the stores here, they have everything auxiliary. You can buy anything that's electronic that's ever come out ever in the history of electronics in Japan. In the US, you can't really do that. It's like once that new light bulb comes out, good luck finding an incandescent light bulb. So I find that to be, even though the technology here is very advanced, you can still live a pretty simple life and people don't have robots in their homes. But in the US, there's like a push where that's becoming the standard, where like you're weird if you don't have a Roomba. You're weird if you don't have the new fancy technologies. You're weird if you don't want Bluetooth. And again, that's probably a cultural thing, but it's just something that I've observed that I find interesting. I don't know what it means, but it's just something I've observed.
Sure. Interesting. Yeah.
All right, Mike, I know we're probably pretty much out of time. Do you have anything else, any other comments?
No, I think I'm good.
Did you go through, you went through your whole list of Halloween subjects?
I sure did. I hope people enjoyed it, got a laugh, maybe got some insight. I don't know. This was the Halloween show. We talked about some different things, and then Nick joined us out of the blue, like a ghost came in.
I appreciate you guys inviting me on. That was very nice of you guys.
He came in riding like the headless horseman, and it was that was a great show. It was cool.
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Yes. Before we go, a couple of quick things to tidy up. I'll do it myself. I won't ask the robot to do it. There is a comment or two comments in the chat about that woman's name from the Cecil Hotel. And I don't know how to say it in Mandarin, but lamb is not the name of, it's not Chinese or Mandarin. I think it's Cantonese is lamb, L-A-M. In Chinese or Mandarin, it's L-A-N. Just to clarify that and to put that on the record. Also, to clarify what I said about the fourth floor in Japan, the word for the number 4, so it'd be the fourth floor, ichi ni san yon or shichi. So shi is also the Japanese for death. So that's why they don't have some places. I've never been to one, but some places don't have a fourth floor. So that is to clarify that. I also had one other thing I wanted to show you on the screen here. This is a white phone booth in Otsuchi. It's installed in 2018, but it's a phone booth for people to go contact their dead relatives. It's like spirits are everywhere here. There were cabs picking up people that were dead after what happened at Fukushima, and then the people would just vanish from the cars after that. So just another example of how incorporated paranormal supernatural things are into the world over here as opposed to the US, yet they don't really consider themselves to be experiencers of the paranormal to the same degree Americans do. So that's just another little interesting thing to add. And other than that, I'm out. I'm done. I don't have anything else to really talk about that won't take us into another 3 or 4 hours. So
no,
that's it.
It was a great show. So we'll see what the future holds.
Yeah, we can do some more shows with Nick. Do you have any other comments? Final comments? Not off the top of my head right now, but I appreciate it letting me be here, and it was a great show. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, you got it.
Everybody have a happy Halloween and be safe.
Yes. All right. Yes, be safe for Halloween. Watch out for those
quote razor blades that they keep telling you are in the food. I still think that's I think that's a candy company conspiracy.
Was that ever real?
No, it wasn't ever real, but I think the candy companies benefited from that because they got people to buy candy because the apples are dangerous and the home baked goods are dangerous. Did you go trick or treating, Nick? I feel like you went trick or treating
when I was a kid.
No, now I mean as an adult, I feel like you go trick or treating.
No. They do a big thing over in Celebration. They do a very big thing, but no, I'm not doing that this year.
Yeah, Nick now goes as a mob boss and collects money from residents as protection money.
That's right. I just collect wallets. Give me a wallet.
You still tell that go ahead, Mike.
No, just real briefly, I was going to say what we do is we've been doing this now we have a kind of a ritual we started.
Yeah.
I have a party over here and the first thing we do is watch the Scream movies. So we're up to Scream 3 right now. And we watch those and just joke and rag on those movies because they're so ridiculous, bad acting, bad death scenes. The first two take place in the 90s. So the clothes are all just crazy. So that's kind of what we do. And I'll be doing that tomorrow. I think we're on Scream 3. Yeah, we're on Scream 3. So we watch Scream 3 tomorrow.
There you go. That's great.
And you got any plans, Nick?
I'm supposedly going to be handing out candy in the front of the house tomorrow night for a little while, but before it gets dark, just for the neighborhood.
After dark, you get too scary. You know what?
Pardon? Yeah, exactly.
You're too scary after dark. Yeah,
exactly. It's funny because I have some family members who usually go to a really good adult Halloween party every year, but this year somebody had passed away, so they're not doing it this year. So I'm going to miss out on that. But yeah, in the future, I'm sure.
Do one next year.
Yeah.
I got no plans. I think I'm going to have a sushi party at home.
Oh, nice. Yeah, there you go.
We'll
You're in the right country for a sushi party. Excellent.
Yep. I was going to ask you, do you still do that joke in real estate class about the baseball bat?
My jokes, I had to tame down my jokes tremendously online. They just don't go over as well. I got a couple of them that still go over, but not that stuff. So you can imagine, because their mics are off. They got to give me an emoji, or they'll turn the mic on for a second and laugh or something. So not too many people do that. So unfortunately, that was the part I miss about the face-to-face. Doing that whole stand-up routine meshed into my real estate class.
I'll never forget that stand-up routine. Yeah, I guess it doesn't translate as well on audio. It's like someone's tells a joke or they're arguing, and then you get like that courtroom kind of a read to it where there's no context to it. Yeah. Because people probably aren't paying attention. You say, go out and get the baseball bat. People are like, what are you talking about? You get that. People would like me to play the new song about David Wilcock. I can let you guys go and play that and wind the show down because people have been asking me nonstop about that. But other than that, yeah, thank you guys for coming on the show. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you
for preparing the show, and thanks for sitting with us, Nick.
Been awesome. Good seeing you
All
both,
right,
Mike. Mike, you take care. Good seeing you. I'll hopefully join you again.
Yes,
no doubt
thank
about
you,
it.
Nick.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Nick. All right, bye, Mike. All right, there they go. So yeah, we can play that. We can play that song here real fast for you. I wonder if I could. Let me see if I can pull it up on my screen.
Hi there.
Yeah, some of you, it's just silly. I'm not a singer. It's just silly, but people keep asking me to play this, so I'll play it for you, and then we'll wind down the show with it. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast today. TSTradio.info. We will be back tomorrow, right here, same place, and you'll be able to watch the show. Oh, I'm actually feeling like a little bit of an earthquake right now. Very, very, very small little earthquake. All right. It's stopped. Okay, so we'll be back tomorrow, same place, wherever you listen to the show. We should have a guest tomorrow as well. I think we have Don Lester joining us on the show. Either way, we will be here. So let me bring up the picture, and then we'll play the song. Yeah, can you see the camera? Yeah, the camera jumping a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit of an earthquake. Not a big one, not a bad one, just a little normal trimmer, nothing big. Okay, let me share the screen and I'll bring up the. Okay, so I've been making these songs for a very, very long time. And I made this when I wrote this in 45 minutes. I'm pretty good with rhyming things. I wrote this in like 45 minutes. It took me like 2 hours to record it because I'm not a singer. But it's all, I think it's in 2 different takes that I edited together. So some of you will enjoy this. If you don't know who David Wilcock or Corey Good are, you have no idea what this is. But this is my song about them.
Hi there.
My treat to you for Halloween.
Board of Directors of Stavati Aerospace. The SM-39 is Stavati's major next-generation air dominance fighter. And it actually came out of a long-standing need to replace not only the F-22, but the F-15.
Stavati Aerospace, lying to your face. Corey Good admitted under oath that he never went to space. He never spent a 20 and back at a secret moon base. Now he's bankrupt because he lost both of his fake court cases. Good gracious, I'm feeling a little bit tenacious, like I'm the reincarnated prophet who should really be famous. David Wilcock, otherwise known as Edgar Casey. He's not a sleeping prophet, though. He's just a scumbag and lazy. If the truth were a man, this clown would be John Wayne Gacy, a scheming false prophet loser on the internet sleazy. But Griffin is far too simple, and it is far too easy for a cosmic con artist who's the definition of greedy. He's got fake teeth and hair plugs, but his eyes are still beady, and his cons are still needy, and his sex comments are still seedy, dreaming about dicks and taking baths in piss. Don't believe me? Well, the Archangel Michael told him to bathe in piss, and if he would do this, he would get superpowers. But he's forbidden from taking showers, all that urine, and he still can't levitate, but he can ramble for hours. I think I speak for everyone when I ask where are the free energy towers or even hover cars. He said that they can't be that far. Maybe we could go and find out if we ask his lion boss, Chris Beskar. 30 years at Stavati, and they ain't built a plane or a car. Ask him where that money went to. It's all course par. But he's got a 3D printed model, and he can show you that. But they look like they're from a 1996 copy of Ace Combat. Stavati's warehouse filled with sewage and piles of trash, like David Wilcock's house, like David Wilcock's bath. That's why his garage and living room are both crawling with rats. And he skipped out on his tax, so he needs donations to pay that back. And he got raped in the ass by a reptilian alien named Dax, stealing money like a gangster, a new age Goldman Sachs, begs and packs. Lots of money, YouTube stacks of cash. Well, hello, David Wilcock, I am your #1 fan, but not of any of your work, man, just of busting your scams, tons of cosmic mysteries and fake prophecies, selling ascension courses that cost 1, 2, 3 threes. You should be ashamed of yourself, like everyone else who participated in your scams and got conned themselves. David Wilcock don't like me because I've got his number, and I've been fucking him with it for years like his ex-wife using a cucumber. His scams I will tear in sunder, pillage and plunder, leaving you wonder, am I a radio host or the literal god of thunder? The con is collapsing fast, it's about to go under. How are you not sitting in jail, sharing a cell, waiting on hell with a big guy named Tyrell? Ascension courses, hover cars, mass arrests, a whole lot more. From a lying new age con man piece of trash who ain't got no class, just a grifting whore. So again, once more, feel my hammer of Thor. I can't take no more. I'm closing the door in this common bore.
So the whole thing is pretty unbelievable.
And if you thought it was over, you better move over. I'm crashing this con. It's finally over. A bottle of Jack, a bottle of vodka. I'm crashing this con like Emery's Range Rover, Red Rover. Corey, no good. You bankrupt loser. Why don't you come over and let's talk it over? Despite what you like, I promise you that it will never pass over. Your life is a scam. Your life is a con. But now you're bankrupt. Your money is gone. Your IP ain't worth $1 billion. It makes people young. Gonna have to put the blue chickens on pawn. I'll fry them up like a wonton and drop a ton of bombs on your lawn until it's liar, pants on fire. It came down to the wire to watch you perspire as you lost the grip of court. My entire desire to watch you stuck in a mire. I threw out the pliers and spit fire all day to the Ascension Choir. The biggest gesture, they call me a sire. You can say you got the truth, but I know you don't know how to acquire. And fuck you, Jerry Curls. I threw out the hair dryers.
Did you ever go to space? Did I ever go to space?
Yes.
In my physical body?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
This is my anti-scam hip-hop jam. Turn on the lights, watch the grip of rats scram. This is my anti-scam hip-hop jam. Turn on the lights, watch the grip of rats scram. Corey Good, I'm your biggest accuser. You 2-bit loser. You can't deny me, so go ahead and try me. You can't deny me, and you certainly can't buy me like those bots and idiots you use to doxy. I'm the all-CNI. I'm the Illuminati. Corey and David, you've been a little bit naughty. The cosmic con scam artist mafia version of John Gotti.
There is a critical need for funds right now because, frankly, I have a massive tax bill from last year that I need to pay.
Just that far.
Hi there. I'm calling because I have a smoke alarm that's beeping every 30 seconds.
Yes.
It makes you want to kill yourself.
And in the past, what have you done?
What I've done is called the fire department, and they come and we use a ladder and they crawl.
Yeah, this is the part where he calls the fire department to have his smoke detector replaced.
And it is a very, very intense, bad situation with how noisy it is and how frequent it's beeping. I can't even live in my house like this.
I can't live in this multi-million-dollar house.
People usually call with these. We ask that they call like a handyman or someone else.
All right, I finally played it. I usually don't like playing any of that stuff, but I finally played it. A little trick or treat for you guys so that you don't vandalize my show. That's the contractual obligation when you open the door on Halloween. Trick or treat. That was the treat. Don't trick me. All right, well, we've got 20 minutes until the 4-hour mark. I should just keep going since everybody's still in the chat. Thank you for staying with us and tuning in tonight. I guess we could look at, I had some other things up. Oh, well, I have 3i Atlas, because that is, I don't think you can see it right now with telescope, but reportedly it's as close to the sun as it's going to get. I read a story last night. It says this is space.com, you won't see interstellar comet 3i Atlas zoom closest to the sun on October 30th, but these spacecraft will, and it gives you a list of the different spacecraft or telescopes that will see it. So I was reading about 3i Atlas because, of course, there's so much incredible disinformation. And there's people that take legitimate science out of context, like Avi Loeb's paper that he wrote, which has a reference to, like, maybe it's otherworldly, but it's most likely a comet. I've read that paper. I've shown that paper on the show, and it doesn't matter. People still either dismiss it or they accept it as proof that it's a spaceship, even though he didn't say it was a spaceship. And it doesn't even matter what you think of Avi Loeb. It's just the fact that people report on his paper like it says something that it doesn't actually say. It's really annoying. Very, very annoying. And yeah, Nate, I saw that Joe Rogan had him on. I listened to maybe 20 minutes of that interview. I don't really listen to Joe Rogan, but I heard Avi Loeb was going to be on there, and it's a new interview. So I listened to a few minutes, and I like Avi Loeb's point of view on some things, and he's totally right. But having to bring October 7th into it kind of took me out of that suspension of disbelief, if you will. And I was like, I'm not going to listen to. I wanted to hear about 3i Atlas, not Israeli propaganda. So I couldn't take any much more of it than that. But there are some strange reports about 3i Atlas that I'm sure that most of you have heard. I'm sure that you've heard about the strange, quote, alloy that was reported from a telescope observation, that it has an alloy that is not natural, that it has to be created, that it's the byproduct of some kind of industrialization. This is a nickel substance, I believe, with cyanide emissions, something that's never been seen in natural comets, but that also doesn't mean that it's alien. It's just never been seen before. It's the same thing with endangered species, right? How do they determine if something's endangered or potentially, completely extinct? Based on whether or not one person or two people have reported seeing something in a certain area at a certain time. That's pretty much it. So you've never seen it. That doesn't mean it is not a natural thing. There's a lot of things that are natural that we've never seen before. I've used this example many times, but the Spaniards told stories about big, tall, pink birds in Florida, and people didn't believe them, that these were real birds. They thought that they were some kind of cryptid. It turns out they were just flamingos, but people had never seen them before, so they were a monster. And plus, we've never seen these interstellar objects before anyway, which is what made Oumuamua and Borisov so fascinating and attention-gripping. And I'm sure that if we're seeing something we've never seen before, we're going to see things about it and learn things about it that we've never seen before, because we've never seen the object before. That's just like a rational observation of what is happening. Then, of course, there's supposedly no tail, although that turned out to not be true once it got close to the sun. There's supposed to be non-gravitational acceleration, meaning that it's speeding up slightly, similar to Oumuamua. Is that because it's alien, or is that because we've never seen these interstellar comets, and they typically tend to do that when they get nearer the sun and things begin to melt and the gases spew out and project it forward? You would think, I don't know, I've always thought, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I've always thought that if it was some kind of alien craft, speaking about Oumuamua, that it wouldn't speed up, it would slow down going past the Earth. If it was supposed to be a Bracewell probe and be observing the Earth, why it would speed up at the last minute. I don't think like reconnaissance flights for the military or any kind of spy work, you don't get to the location and then do it really fast, and maybe you do it to get out of there if it's dangerous, but I feel like it would go by slower. I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know. I'm not married to one of these ideas. I don't dislike Avi Loeb. I think that people treat him poorly, both in his own fields and I guess you could say at the college level, and also people in even the quote paranormal world tend to treat him maybe a little bit poorly. If you show his actual paper to somebody and they have brain cells and actually choose to read it, and it says it's probably a comet, then maybe they don't like him and say bad things about him. I should show you that. Let me see if I can find it. Avi Loeb, Harvard 3i Atlas PDF. I can pull that story up. Yep, there it is. I'll show it to you on the screen so you can see it for yourself. We've got about 14 minutes left here on the show. We'll push it to the 4-hour mark. Yeah, so this is the actual study, the actual report, not what some UFO grifter, hack, scammer, con artist, piece of trash said on the internet. This is the actual report, which I've actually seen people use this link while they're claiming that he said it was an alien spaceship. It's like, no, he said it was a comet, or most likely a comet. And we get down to the very bottom of the paper here. It's probably one of the last. Yeah, here it is. Here's the conclusion. This is actually what he said, as opposed to what all the hacks online said. He said, we strongly emphasize that this paper is largely a pedagogical exercise, which means a thought experiment, in essence, with interesting discoveries and strange serendipities worthy of a record in the scientific literature. I agree with that. It is. By far the most likely outcome will be that 3i Atlas is a completely natural interstellar object, probably a comet, and the authors await the astronomical data to support this likely origin. So anybody telling you that Avi Loeb said it was a spaceship are out of their minds. They're delusional, they're illiterate, some mixture of that, or they're just aware of all this and they're choosing to lie to people because that gets clicks and attention. On the other hand, Avi Loeb says that, hey, maybe it's something else. And he's right. Maybe it is. We've never seen these objects before. They're behaving strangely. Until you know for sure what it is, it could be extraterrestrial. And so that's where I stand on this whole thing. If tomorrow this thing landed on the White House lawn and aliens got out, okay, the kind of Wilcock narrative, I don't really care. It's like, okay, great, they're aliens. If it doesn't happen, and as I stated, not as a prediction, but as I stated probably 3 months ago, that by the time this thing comes and goes around Halloween, you'll forget about it by Thanksgiving, and we'll be on to some new scam or some new internet hoax or some new con. I'm not saying 3i Atlas is a hoax. I'm just saying that people turned it into a hoax. So turn it into a scam. And I think that we'll be on to some other new nonsense by the time Thanksgiving comes around. I said that back then. I don't think it's a prediction. I just think it's an objective statement. So this is actually what he said. There's the actual paper. I'll keep that on the screen while I pull up these other articles here. I was reading about 3i Atlas. There's also a story, I'll mention this one too, about UFOs. So 3i Atlas is close to the sun. It's not really that close to the Earth. It's not like it's going to hit the Earth or something, or land. And there's all of these different anomalies, like the tail or the gravitational acceleration or the spin and symmetry of it. I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't fully understand all this. I'm just reporting what others have reported. The strange alloy, that part's really interesting. It also kind of reminds me of the stories of the moon and how the outer portion of the moon, the lunar surface, is comprised, in some places, comprised of what should be the inner material, as if it's been hollowed out, and it's almost like it has this metallic coating. And I've heard people that know more about aerospace refer to the SR-71 and say that it has a similar metallic coating to that. I'm just reporting these things. I just remember that story. It kind of reminds me of that. I don't know. There's a lot of disinformation and nonsense about it, though. I can tell you that. Then there's the story about UFO Tracker, which is a UFO reporting app. And you know how I feel about these things. UFO reporting apps are kind of, I don't know, they're kind of, even when you're looking at official UFO groups like MUFON, you know how easy it is to fake a report? Or I don't think people are faking things. I think what happens is they want to believe in things so badly that they manufacture and create them. They misidentify something, or they're looking for evidence of something, etc. And then they report it on an app, and then some news report says, based on this app, UFO sightings are up X%. That's usually what happens, is if that's supposed to be evidence of aliens or something. I mean, look, I saw a very large triangular black UFO here in Japan last year around this time. Didn't report it to the news, didn't report it to the UFO tracker, and it's because I didn't know what it was. And yeah, sure, that means it's a UFO, but it also, I think, is one of those things where, like with a lot of psychics, most psychics I've met are not famous. Most people that have had legitimate experiences don't go running around telling every news outlet about it. Sometimes, perhaps, but most of the time they don't. It's like real stories are usually kind of kept under wraps. People also keep those stories to themselves, similar to what we discussed with the Lizard Man story. That kid actually told his story because of the controversy, because of the way that people would respond, which is why I tend to believe the Lizard Man story. It's why I tend to believe the Betty and Barney Hill story, because in that case, you've got an interracial couple, and the last thing these people need is a story about how they were abducted by aliens, and they're both, doubly crazy and psychotic and should be ostracized from society. It's the same thing. The black kid who saw the Lizard Man. Like, I tend to believe that. I don't know what it was. It's like the guy with the rake. I kind of believe the redneck guy who saw the rake. Whatever it was, I don't know. And there's like a police recording, or a 911 recording rather, of this thing beating on the car. Whatever it was, don't know. And that's the thing about all of these stories is, like, could it be a rake? Sure, but what the hell's a rake? Could it be a vampire? Sure, what the hell's a vampire? It changes in culture. Depends on the culture. It changes based on your perception in a culture. It changes based on your religion. Because a rake would be, if you had some hardcore religious fanatic in that truck, there's a demon in the back of my truck. There's a demon in the back of my truck. And if it was some alien hunter, they'd be like, there's an alien in the back of my truck. And if it's just some redneck guy, he's like, there's just some non-human thing back here. And then he describes it, and other people are like, well, that's a rake, which is a relatively recent creation in our Western culture. So, the thing about all of these stories is they're stories, and people's experiences are relevant, but you have to look at things on a case-by-case basis, whether it's 3i Atlas or it's this UFO story I have here. UFO tracker shows thousands of eerie underwater objects lurking along U.S. coasts. Well, I mean, how are people reporting this? What are people actually seeing? Enigma, which touts itself as the largest historical sighting database for UFOs, claims it's received 30,000 unidentified flying object and unidentified anomalous phenomena reports since 2022, which this is in the middle of everybody being aware that, oh, now there's probably UFOs. So if there weren't all these congressional hearings, you think there's going to be 30,000 reports? Or maybe like 300 reports? Plus, I'm pretty sure, and I will show you the map of this. I'm pretty sure that if there are aliens and they're going, through the ocean real fast and can't really keep track of them, I highly doubt that some random person on an app is going to be able to track it if the US military can't track it. Furthermore, I'm also quite sure, I'm very sure, that if there are aliens and they're driving around in the ocean, I'm very sure that these aliens are probably not going to be hanging out on coastlines. Wouldn't they be out like in the deep ocean? I would just think that that's probably a more rational assessment. So here you can see the report here from the sightings. They're like all up and down the East Coast. All up and down the East Coast. Why are the aliens just hanging out on the coastline? Are they holding back the raising waters of climate change, or they just having a beach day? Like, what exactly is happening? Are these people that are reporting them on the beach? They're out there on the beach and they're reporting UFOs, USO. Plus, it should be a USO. You would think, too, that people are big into UFOs. They'd be like, this is a USO, which is a completely different thing than a UFO. I guess this particular article here from Enigma, they reference USOs, but it's reported as UFOs. I guess it is a UFO tracker, so I suppose it's relevant. People are seeing, look, there's lights in the water. I'm pretty sure that there's an alien spaceship just under the water right there in, where's this at? Like New Jersey, New York, I don't know, somewhere there. There's just an alien spaceship under the water there. I mean, you could go to, I'm trying to think of the last place I saw something like this. Maybe even in Tampa, Florida, because they redid Tampa and cleaned it up. It looks real nice. And there's like there's a walk down by the I refer to it as the hockey arena. They think they just changed the name of it again. But if you go down there to the walk, they have lights like on the walk in the water, so it kind of looks like the water's lit up. You ever been to an aquarium where they light the water up? Like, it could just be something like that. I doubt that there's aliens that are super advanced in these big spaceships. They're just hanging out right below the water level at the beach so you can take a picture of them. You think that maybe what it could be is fucking bioluminescence? It could be something like that. That makes a lot more sense than an alien spaceship. All right, that's my outburst for tonight. That's pretty much the whole article. But it probably would make a lot more sense that it's something like that's like a natural thing. It's probably not an alien spaceship. Now, on the other hand, there was like an object. It could have been a radar glitch object the size of, was it Texas, off the coast of Africa? Yeah, no, that I don't know. I don't think that is something that unless it's like a glitch or something. I mean, there's a massive object. And then we've heard, Congressman Burchett talk about underwater objects. But see, the thing is with these underwater objects, this is just such a great opportunity to rip people off further, because it's not like you can go see those drones in New Jersey. This is something that's happening in the middle of the ocean. And unless you're the military or you're on a boat in some shipping lane, or you got your own boat, like, chances are you're not going to interact or see these types of things. So this is like where otherwise anybody can go look at the sky and find UFOs and sell them on the internet. It's a little more difficult to do this in the middle of the fucking ocean. So it's another great opportunity to con people. Not that it doesn't make sense that if there are aliens here, that we're talking like the abyss, that we're talking underwater facilities, they also could be very human with the stuff I've heard about MacDill Air Force Base and whatnot in Florida. But it's probably another opportunity to rip people off. Anyway, I think that's the Halloween show, folks. I think that's pretty much all that I have for you. You got 4 hours tonight. What a treat. And you got a song out of me. 4 hours. tstradio.info, rdgable@yahoo.com. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. Please listen to the free archive with all of those ads. I know they're annoying, but when you do that, that keeps us on air. Those ads pay us from Spreaker to Apple. It depends on where you're listening. Spreaker pays us more. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to sign up for anything. But those ads are every 10 minutes or so. If you want to get the ad-free show, subscribe at tstradio.info. That's tstradio.info. Most of you already know that. The links are below. You can Cash App or buy me a coffee. Most people just buy a book or subscribe to the show. That would really help the show out. Don't take this show for granted just because you see it and, oh, look, here's a free episode. I'll just listen to that. If you enjoy the show, please consider supporting us. We've been on air for 15 years. Mike was saying earlier that, my God, we were talking about things before it ever became popular. I don't even know how we got ranked in that paranormal radio app. We got ranked in the top 10 for that. I don't know how that happened when we don't have a stream. But that's cool. It's because of listeners like you. That means a lot of people are listening, and I really appreciate that. It's humbling. Thank you so much. I guess I could say happy Halloween, and I will talk to you on tomorrow night's show. We have a guest tomorrow. We have a live video show, but it will be in the audio archive as well. Stay safe, stay informed, stay healthy. I will talk to you on the next broadcast, and I want to thank everybody in the chat tonight. I think at one point or another, I've mentioned everybody who's in there. Thank you for tuning into the show. Have a great night. I'll talk to you in the next broadcast.